this time, we will reconvene the meeting. Please stand for the flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Smythe, could we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Gart.
Here.
Mr. Hall. Here. Mr. Krupa. Here. Ms. Mangan.
Here.
Mr. Nasser.
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo.
He is here. He just stepped out of the room for a moment.
Ms. Stites.
Oh, Ms. Stites is here also. She just stepped out for a moment.
Mr. Wondrak. Here. Mr. Adnese.
Here. Okay, thank you. All right. So we are going to start. Well, we have three things this evening. We have the 2018-19 annual audit. We have the demographic study, and then those two items we will have public comment afterwards. And then the third one, the facility condition assessment, that is just an update for the board. That will not have any public comment at this time because that is not a final report. So at this time, we would like to welcome the auditor.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ralph Pacone. I'm a manager with the firm Lurch, Vinci & Higgins. This is for the audit for the period ending June 30th, 2019. Even though we're presenting the audit this evening, the audit was filed with the Department of Education and with the board prior to the statutory deadline, which this year was actually extended to December 21st. So it was filed on time. Your audit report has an unmodified opinion, which in layman's terms is a clean audit opinion. It means that your financial statements is fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. It's what you're always striving for, and it's what you've achieved with this particular audit. I wanted to take a moment and review the district's fund balance position at June 30th, which in your audit synopsis would be the first page, which is the balance sheet. So this balance sheet is for your governmental funds. The district has 4 major governmental funds. Moving from right to left, the next to last column is your debt service fund. This fund is solely used to repay the principal and interest on the district's long-term debt. The next column is your capital projects fund. That fund is used to account for the capital projects that the district has, which are funded through a combination of state grants and the local share, which comes from your capital reserve funds. Then we have the special revenue fund, which is where you account for any state, federal, or local grants that you get. And then the first column is your general fund. That's really where you account for the day-to-day operations of the district. That's where all your tax dollars go, your state aid, as well as your expenses for things like salaries and wages and benefits, administration, facilities, transportation, and the like. About halfway down the page on the left-hand side is the different categories of fund balance you have at year end. I wanted to just go over them and explain what they meant. The first one is $2,267,804. This represents what's called capital. Sure. Sure. So the first number that's on the left-hand column, about halfway down in the first column, is $2,267,804. This represents the amount of money that's in your capital reserve fund. These funds can only be used to fund your share of projects that are in the long-range facilities plan. Next, underneath that is $3,457,000. This is capital reserve funds that are designated for subsequent years. These are capital reserve funds that you utilized in the 2019 budget to fund certain expenses. If you do not fully expend those funds for the purpose in which they were withdrawn for, then they go back into capital reserve. The next amount of $531,099 represents the maintenance reserve. These are funds that can only be used for what the state deems what they call required maintenance. And these are expenses to keep the district's facilities in their current working condition. They can't be used for capital. Next, we have maintenance reserve designated for subsequent years' expenditures of $500,000. These are maintenance reserve funds that the district withdrew and put into the 2019-20 budget. Once again, like capital reserve, if you don't fully expend that, it's going to go back into the maintenance reserve. Next, we have emergency reserve of $584,000. This is probably the most restrictive of all the reserves, but two purposes that it can be spent are is if your health benefit costs exceed a certain percentage in any given year, or for security purposes. Next, we have emergency reserve designated for subsequent years' expenditures of $695,000. These were emergency reserve funds that were withdrawn and put into the 1920 budget to fund certain expenses. Just like the other two reserves, if you don't fully expend it, it'll go back into the emergency reserve. The next two amounts in fund balance, the $1,679,277 as well as the $230,578, are both what are called year-end encumbrances. These were orders that were placed prior to year-end, but the goods or services weren't received. Those orders then roll over into the 1920 budget and are spent as the goods or services are received. The only reason they're split on the balance sheet is that the $1,679,000 number is what we call committed encumbrances. There's a little higher level of authority to them because those orders were set aside by a board resolution. So in all likelihood, those were for capital type projects. The next amount of $579,705 is for designated for subsequent years' expenses. This is just unassigned fund balance that the board elected to use in the 1920 budget as an item of revenue to offset taxes. And then the last amount of $600,499 is what's left, or what's your unassigned fund balance. But that number is pretty deceiving because, as you may or may not recall, a number of years ago when the state was in a fiscal crisis, they started paying your June state aid payment in July. And what that did, though, is they also budgeted for it in their subsequent fiscal year. And under generally accepted accounting principles, because they budget for it in a different year in which you're in 18-19, you can't realize that money as a receivable. However, you really operate under what's called a budgetary basis of accounting in all respects, which means you realize the revenue the year in which you budget for it. So when you add back that final state aid payment that you got in July of a little over $844,000, then you really come to a true unassigned fund balance on a budgetary basis of $1,444,659. So from a financial point of view, you're really in a sound position. Your overall general fund balance went up by about $1 million over the prior year. You have a number of reserves available for future spending, but you're also using reserves to fund expenses in the current year. So from a financial point of view, you're in excellent shape. One other thing from a financial point of view, which isn't included in the synopsis, is I just wanted to mention your food service fund or your cafeteria. That particular fund, you ended the year with an unassigned fund balance of approximately $183,000, which is about $69,000 more than the prior year. So that fund is also in excellent position. The last thing I wanted to go over were the recommendations that are in the audit report. There are 4 recommendations in the report. The first one is that the tuition ledger be reconciled to the general ledger on a monthly basis. So the district maintains a spreadsheet to account for all of the revenue that you take in from individuals and or other school districts. But there were 3 receivables that were present on that spreadsheet, but that weren't recorded in the general ledger in the financial accounting software. Those 3 totaled about $53,000. The financial statements as presented here do include those because through an audit adjustment, we did book those receivables, but the recommendation is just to make sure that the subsidiary records are in agreement with the financial software. The second recommendation is that the TPAF reimbursement to the state be made prior to the end of the 90-day grant liquidation period required by the Office of Grants Management. What happened here was the state of New Jersey actually pays the Social Security and the pension on your behalf for all the members of the Teachers' Pension and Annuity Fund. However, as a district, you also get certain federal grants in which you use to pay salaries for teachers, which is perfectly fine. There's just a calculation that has to be done at year end to reimburse the state for that Social Security and pension. The district did the calculation, made the payment. However, it was paid on October 1st, and it's supposed to be paid on September 30th. It seems like it's splitting hairs, but the state requires us to put a recommendation if it isn't liquidated by September 30th. The next recommendation is that it is recommended that all purchases awarded through the use of a state and/or other cooperative purchasing contract that exceeds the bid limit be approved by board resolution prior to issuing a purchase order. As a board, you purchase a number of things through either state contracts or other cooperative purchasing agreements. You do pass resolutions that state that you're going to utilize a number of these vendors periodically, but once you purchase more than $40,000, which is the bid limit from a particular vendor on a purchase, you're supposed to do a separate resolution to recognize that in lieu of public bidding, you're purchasing it through the use of one of these cooperative or state contracts. And based on our sample, there were 2 expenditures that we picked up for which that wasn't done. And the last recommendation is that internal controls be enhanced to ensure the district report of transported resident students be in agreement with supporting documentation. On that particular report, which is done in October of every year, there were 5 students in our sample that we selected that were listed as special education students requiring transportation as part of their individualized education program, or IEP. But when we reviewed the IEP documents, there wasn't any specific mention that transportation was required as part of their program. It seems like it's more of a documentation issue in the IEP versus that they were reported incorrectly, but because the 2 weren't in sync, it warranted the recommendation. So those are the 4 recommendations. I want to just note quickly 2 other things, and one is that there are different levels of recommendations in an audit report. There's just a finding of noncompliance. It could be elevated then to a significant deficiency or elevated to a material weakness, which would be the worst of the findings. None of these 4 findings in our professional, we didn't elevate any of them to the other 2 findings. So they're at the basic level of finding, which is just an area of noncompliance. And then just lastly, with the number of compliance requirements that the state of New Jersey places upon districts and the size of the district, notwithstanding the 4 recommendations, the district, really does an excellent job. And I think the superintendent and the business administrator and their staff should be commended for the job that they do. These are not, like I said, material findings, just sort of more house cleaning type things. I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
I have a few, and forgive me because I've been on the board for all of since September 24th, so
Okay.
my naivete might show. I'm looking for one document. I apologize. You may have referenced it somewhere, but in one of the documents, it showed revenue. I apologize. I should have had this ready. Something with the TPAF. There was a revenue of a bunch of $1 million. Can you explain why that
Sure.
wasn't budgeted for, or where that came out of, or what that kind of references? I apologize for not having it
Sure,
right
not
in
a
front of me.
problem. So as I mentioned it with one of the findings, the state makes on behalf of the board certain contributions, and they are for Social Security, for TPAF members. They're also for pension expense for teachers' pension and annuity members. They also make other contributions on the board's behalf for post-retirement medical benefits and for pension expense. So the way it runs through the audit report is it's called an on-behalf aid. So we pick it up as a revenue and as an expense. So it doesn't have any effect on
Okay.
your financial position,
Gotcha.
but we're required under generally accepted accounting principles to realize these on-behalf revenue and expenses. And they do total in the millions of dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
The recommendations on the DTRS report, is this the only year that you found that hiccup, or is that something that's happened before?
That is, of the 4 recommendations, God bless you, that is the only recommendation that is a repeat finding. So it was a finding in last year's audit as well. I'd have to go back and check, but I do believe it may have been one either 3 years ago or 4 years ago as well.
And does that affect our state aid in any capacity?
In theory, your state aid is supposed to be based on your transportation report and your application for state school aid, but your state aid has remained flat for a number of years. Also, it's such a large number of people that you transport that having an error of 5 wouldn't have any impact on your transportation aid.
So as a board member that's just joined, and many of us who are brand new, should we be concerned that for multiple years this issue has come back?
I mean, it's something, anytime there's a repeat finding, I think there's some concern as to why it hasn't been corrected. I will say that this is not a finding that is terribly uncommon that we come across, because you generally have your special education department that's in charge of keeping these individualized education plan, who may not be the same people who are preparing the district report of transported resident students. So sometimes there is a disconnect between those two. But sure, anytime there's a repeat finding, it's something to, take a closer look at.
Thank
So,
you.
I
Go ahead.
just want to jump in on that one, because that was actually, and you kind of answered it. So with that particular one, is that, I guess, the district doing a better job with the two different departments communicating? Because it would need to be listed in, I guess, an IEP, correct?
Correct, yeah. So it's the, and that's really the issue here, it seems, is that, in all likelihood, the student is getting the transportation that they require based on their needs. It's just that from an auditing point of view, the only requirements the state puts upon us is that it has to specifically mention in the IEP that transportation is required. So it's just a matter of getting that documentation in there that states that based on the student's situation that it's required. So it's really just a documentation issue on the IEP.
But, and there's no way to tell from what you looked at whether or not we were receiving money for those two? It was two, was it two people,
It
or?
was 5 students in
Oh,
total.
five students. So
Correct.
is there a way to tell, were we receiving reimbursement for those 5 students, or?
Well, it's just part of this overall report that you prepare every year on October 15th and send to the state, this district report of transported resident students. So, your transportation aid is in theory tied in with that, but there's no way of knowing exactly, the state's formula, how that all ties out.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Just a matter of semantics.
Point, one of the other things to take into consideration, especially with the fact that it's a repeat finding, the DRTRS is submitted by December 1st, or November is the
It's
deadline?
as of October 15th, but you're right, it's right around December.
Yeah, it's, based on October 15th numbers, it's got to be in by the end of November. The audit was extended last year because the state was late in providing numbers with regard to some part of the audit that you had to include. The audit was presented in February. So we had our exit conference, I think, in December, January. So it's
Correct.
after last year. The DRTRS that is part of the audit presented tonight was submitted before it was a finding last year. If that,
So
Makes
before
sense.
you knew you had to correct it, it was already submitted.
That's
yes.
correct.
Now, we reviewed it to, you would have to go back and attempt to open it up and to review it, but the finding came after it was already submitted. So, and that also is part of the reason why, we reviewed and approved changing the transportation software we have so that it communicates with the student database. The new software does, because the old one did not. So that the records are more consistent between the records in special services, what is in Genesis, and what is maintained by the transportation department.
So we were compliant?
No, we weren't compliant, but last year, when it was brought to the attention that you had students that were reported as receiving special transportation because of their special needs, it was determined that their IEP did not, it was not included in the IEP, that they
Okay.
required that transportation. That finding, and the presentation of that finding was, I believe it was February last year, that
Correct.
we presented the audit. The report that is being discussed today was submitted 3 months before that. It was submitted by the end of November.
Okay. Thanks.
So the issue is the DRTRS that was filed based on the October 15, 2019 numbers would be the first one being prepared since last year's audit recommendation, as well as that was prepared subsequent to the audit recommendation. So the question would be is if next year's audit brings up a DRTRS finding based on the information that was submitted this past fall in 2019. If that makes
Correct.
sense.
Just so it's really a crossing of papers.
Yeah, like the.
Yeah,
like
because
the-
we issued our audit report after this particular transportation report was already prepared.
Like this,
So
this
there
is being
wasn't
presented
really-
in January. We've already submitted for this year. In November. So it'd be like, okay, submit this, okay, well, I can't fix it. You know, it's already been submitted.
Thank you. In terms of the TPAF requirement, is the one, I understand what you're saying about the one-day requirement, you know. It seems to me that it says very clearly, if I'm reading the right reimbursement fund from the audit program from the state, that the reimbursement must be made by October 1st. Does that mean cut September 30th?
Yeah, it's supposed to be paid by September 30th.
Because this here says the reimbursement must be made by October 1st following the fiscal year end.
There's
So
two
I'm
things.
just, I mean, it's a matter of semantics, but I don't know if there's a comment necessary for a one day if it says October 1st, just a thought. Anyway,
Well,
you
no,
guys
just
can work
for
that out.
Clarification, with regard to the grant funds need to be liquidated by September 30th. The pension bill from pensions, not related to the grant,
Two different things.
was due October 1st.
Gotcha. Thank you. The purchases awarded through the state without the resolution seems like a big deal. Maybe in your mind, when you do a lot of audits, it's not, but what is the threshold? What should have the board have done in that case? What did we
Sure.
not do?
Sure, your bid threshold is $40,000.
Okay,
So anytime you exceed $40,000, so you have these vendors which you use on a regular basis
Right,
through
that
either
part,
state
yep.
contract or other cooperative purchasing. And so you've done resolutions in the past to indicate that you're going to buy, for instance, from Nickerson Corporation, which was one of the ones we had an exception on. However, once you exceed $40,000, you're supposed to do a resolution that says, in lieu of public bidding, we're going to award this contract through the use of an educational services cooperative agreement or through the use of a state contract. So there's an individual resolution that has to be done once you exceed that $40,000. And in the two instances of the samples that we selected, that resolution wasn't done.
and how big was your sample?
I'd have to go back and check. I'm not entirely sure.
Could you note that and get back to us?
Sure,
'Cause
I will do that.
If that was just one situation, which I hopefully is only one thing, I would like to know what the full gamut of our process was to make sure that there were no other errors in that area.
Sure.
Russell, can I just, Nickerson was the one, were they both Nickerson?
No,
no,
there
Or
was
what
two.
was the other one?
One was Nickerson Corporation, the other one was Stavola Asphalt, I believe was the vendor.
Yeah, we use the county, for the paving projects that we do at the school, we use the county as a shared service, but we can't buy the asphalt from the county, so we buy the asphalt from Stavola under a state contract.
Right.
So the purchase of the asphalt from Stavola for the paving project should have been approved by a board resolution.
And
Why weren't that?
why didn't somebody know that? I'm just curious.
We approve state contract, we approve them as a state contract vendor, so we believe that we were in compliance because we approved the co-op, and we approve Stavola as a state contract vendor, and because it's under a state contract, we could award on it. We should have approved a separate resolution.
So what time of year was that? I don't recall when that was done in the fiscal year. Was it May, June? Do we know?
I don't recall in the Nickerson, the Stavola, you originally awarded the contract in the spring, and I think it was eventually liquidated in like July or August of this fiscal year. But the contract was awarded in either May or June. The Nickerson for the auditorium seating, I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head when that occurred.
It was about the same time because the work, both projects were done over the summer. Because it was this seating in the auditorium.
So just to clarify on your question, it was just two incidents then in which that
Correct.
recommendation
Two
came
instances.
from?
Of course, in audit, we only select a sample of transactions, but based on our sample of transactions, two of the errors occurred.
Brian?
Uh,
Wh-
Go ahead.
Were the paving project, were some of the paving projects in the budget? Did we put them in the budget, or no? Was that something we did outside of the budget?
We approved the paving projects as separate from the budget because, if you recall, the budget included funds for the transportation facility, and
Okay.
I want to say that we had reappropriated those funds. The board had approved the projects. But at the time, we were approving it as a shared service agreement with the county.
Right.
But the county doesn't provide the asphalt.
And the same thing with the seats in here? We didn't have,
This was included in the budget. The project was approved in the budget for the renovation of the project.
so if something's approved in the budget, do you still need a resolution for it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Brian, in that case, understanding it was a little more complex because of the county connection and all that, would you have made that decision on your own not to go a resolution? Would we have consulted Michael to discuss it? How would that have played out behind the scenes or through your own, with Cheryl, how does that work in terms of your daily operation when this size bid comes up?
It would be identified as, because it's a co-op or a state contract, that it should be brought to the board as a separate resolution.
Okay.
I have to tell you that both projects were, vetted out through the Board of Education, discussed at numerous board meetings with regard to, the auditorium renovation, the seats being included in the budget. The paving project was talked about at every board meeting, so it was almost like, everybody was aware of it, which obviously, with regard to who was doing the paving with the county, but the resolution to approve those purchases were just never put on a board resolution and approved by the board.
Gotcha.
Is there a board approval date listed on the purchase order when they're created?
If-
Like you would have the description, the cost, how many units of whatever it is, the state contract or the ESCNJ or whatever co-op contract there is, but then is there an additional line that has the board approval date on it?
It sometimes depends on the project, like if, in providing the description, if it's done on a proposal and the board approves approves it as a resolution, that's typically included on there. But I can't say that that has always been the case with every bid or contract that's been awarded by board resolution. But
Can we do that, just so that we have another check and balance on the purchase order, at least by the person that's issuing the requisition, that they're aware of that there's also thresholds that we need to...
And that there's a board date on it.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I also think too, some other POs that I saw, Brian, I came in to talk to you about it. I think, a timestamp and date stamp for everything that we get, whether it's required by law or not, would allow for things that are Oprah or us to look at. We would know the chain of timing when it all comes in. I don't recall that some of the things I looked at had a clear receive date and a timestamp, and not so much time, but the date of when it was received. And you go back 4 months later and you look at something and say, well, how did you do this before that? Oh, we got it. Well, how do I know you got it? So I think, to your review, I think that should be something in the future, while maybe it's a separate scope of the general audit, should be noticed in the internal record keeping, just to help, since everything is public, the average Joe would not know when things were received. And if looking at a series of documents like I did, it didn't make any sense because I didn't know when it came in. But when he told me it came in, it made sense then.
Sure.
But if he wasn't there to ask, it doesn't add up. Just another question, again, it goes back to the same question I had. So on behalf of TPAF, we had 5.5 million added, 2.5 added on behalf of TPF for another one in the revenue, which makes, when you look at the bottom, the fund balances end of year, the variance to the final budget is off by $5.5 million. So there's no way to estimate that and put those in, so we don't just look at final numbers and say, why are we off by $5.5 million?
There isn't.
Okay,
No, and the state doesn't require you to, and those numbers don't even get released by the state until
Okay.
usually like July or August after the fiscal year ends.
gotcha. And can I just ask a non-auditing question
Sure.
that you might know? And Brian knows, we've talked about this. It seems to be that the system that we record our data in, Systems 3000, I believe it is a generally accepted document software around the state has
Yeah.
some real, glitches, in my opinion, that you can't go backwards behind a certain date and do all this stuff that, to my point, would go back to make sense to the progression of when things come in. Is there any plan of action for that in the state that you're aware of to help alleviate what seems to be a very nonsensical way to approach things? And I'm not an accountant, so
Sure.
forgive my stupidity.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by going back to post something. We're going back to, we obviously use Systems 3000 a lot in terms of, getting the reports from you, and probably half our clients
Sure.
use Systems 3000. But I'm not overly familiar with the workings behind the scene of how things are inputted
Okay.
or the data retrieved. So I'm not entirely sure exactly what
No problem.
the question is. But I would say it's probably half the clients that we do, and we audit close to 90 boards of education, probably more than half use Systems 3000.
And when do you think you'd be able to get back to us with the sample size that you chose and the amount of bids that were in the total pool, so we have an idea of what was it
Sure, I
10%, do you think it was? What was your generally accepted auditing?
Generally, it's probably more in the 20 to 25% range. So we
Okay.
generally look at the sample of all the total expenditures by vendor that exceed the $40,000, as well as another lower threshold, because over 17.5, there's also some things that you have to do.
Right.
And then once we determine that population, we select this percentage of those to look at. But I can email Mr. Smythe with that information tomorrow morning.
All right, thank you.
I was gonna say, I just wanna point out something with and this isn't so much for, the auditor. This is more just, keep in mind as we're going into the budget season. With regards to the capital reserve, this is about the reserve accounts, especially with regards to the maintenance reserve and the emergency reserve. It looks like we're pulling money out to fund next year's operations. If we don't backfill that money in at the end of the year, then those balances are pretty tight. Is that fair to say, Brian?
Yes.
So we almost have to run a surplus of almost $1 million a year just to be able to keep the wheels turning, per se. As you go in, understand that, some of these numbers, we have to have some buffer in there. It's not gonna be exact, because without that, it's gonna get tough in the next few years. That's it.
I think the only thing to keep in mind is whether or not, when you withdraw from those reserves, whether you're utilizing that to fund operating costs or one-time expenses. So if you're withdrawing from the emergency reserve to fund, let's say, a one-time security improvement expense, then even if you can't regenerate that in the subsequent year, you'd be taking out the revenue with a one-shot expense. So, I would probably take a close look at that, obviously, because you don't want to rely on that, but to see whether or not they're true operating costs or really, more of one-time expenses.
Well, I'm saying it because it makes it look like we have more money than we do, because that is constantly being used and then regenerated at the end of the year. So if we did want to do a emergency reserve project, say for a security improvement, whatever, it's going to have to come from someplace else eventually. It's not just there.
Sure.
Because the emergency reserve is being used to fund the health benefit line. That's what we've been, we just started that a couple years ago. But the budget has become more reliant on funding not only the capital projects 100%, but the general fund budget, meaning the maintenance part, from the maintenance reserve. We have, 531,000 that we have in the account, and the 1920 budget has $500,000 funding this year's maintenance reserve. And that was done to keep the tax levy increase below the 2%. For the current year, it's at 0.98% increase. That was done because we funded maintenance reserve from the, maintenance accounts from the maintenance reserve. But the big one is, with our capital reserve, we are now, the last couple of years, moving toward funding our entire capital budget from our capital reserve account, which we did have some significant dollars in there. But, a district of this size, we should have, we can discuss the numbers, but either $1 million a year or $500,000 or $750,000 a year every year in the annual budget that is not funded from reserves, but is for the annual upkeep or improvements in the district. And, you know, we did have that, but we've kind of moved away from that in the last few years, and we're funding our capital 100% from the reserve account, which we've been drawing down on. I think another thing that is reflective of the budget is our allowable unreserved fund balance, or our allowable surplus, is about, what, 1.7 million, and we're at 1.4 million.
You're a little bit below.
You know, it isn't like at the end of the year, we ended up with, you know, more than the allowable 2% surplus. We're almost about the 2% surplus, because not only do you have your, the allowable 2%, but they also provide more capacity or more room for two other designations, unbudgeted extraordinary aid, and one other category, which would bump it up for us 1.7, but we were not able to, you know, we didn't have sufficient funds to bring it up to 1.7. That is mainly because at the end of the year, we do pass a resolution to move funds into our reserve accounts, our emergency reserve, our maintenance reserve, and our capital reserve. So, you know, part of the money going back into those reserves is a requirement, because any funds that came from a reserve into the budget that went unused have to go back to the reserve account. But we also put funds into those reserve accounts to fund subsequent budgets and for capital improvements. So that's why we didn't get there. But, you know, in the past, we would be able to fund our reserve accounts and still be at our 2%, and perhaps have have additional funds that is required to go as a revenue in a subsequent year's budget. You know, we're not there any longer. We're putting funds in the reserve accounts, and we're falling short of our allowable 2% surplus.
Why aren't we there anymore? What's happened over the last couple of years that's changed that?
The budgets are getting tighter, and we're funding the budgets with our reserve accounts. So it's not, you know, we don't have our 2% tax levy plus supplementing it from our reserve accounts. We're not going to 2%, and we're funding the budget
Dipping
from the
into
reserve
savings to do
accounts.
it. Gotcha.
So,
Can I ask you one more question about the audit? It was already submitted to the state on
That's
time and all that, you said. Did the board see it before it went to the state?
We
Or is this the first time that we've seen this?
Well, we generally deliver the audits to the Board of Education and the state at the same time. So they would have been delivered to the Board of Education, whatever date we sent them to the state was, which was probably around December 10th, I'd say.
Okay. But there's no requirement that the board review the audit before it goes to the state?
No, there's not. We do meet with administration to review the audit report and to go over the recommendations prior to submitting it. But there's not a requirement to meet with the board. We certainly could in the future if that's something that the board wants to do.
All right.
Anyone else? Any questions? No? Seeing none, we will open up public comment for the auditor.
Betsy Cross, I live in Wall Township. I think what's disappointing is the public didn't get a copy of what you had, so it's very hard for me to ask questions because I don't have a copy of it. So are you going to be at the next meeting and you're going to post the audit online, and then the public can actually look at it and be able to ask reasonable questions, is my first question. Are you going to be at the next public meeting? Like, you're not
Ms. Cross.
approving this tonight.
Just ask questions, and we will see what we can answer, please.
Okay. My question is, who on the administration actually sat with this gentleman and went over this? Was anybody on the board there? Because why would this go to the county until you actually had it in front of you and then sent it to the state? That didn't make any sense. So this is like 15 years in a row we keep doing the same thing. And I mean, I wrote down one of your comments. It just doesn't even make any sense. How could you say there weren't any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses? I mean, we need to know that random sample that you took. I went over and over again since August that you needed to look at what happened with the trailers. And I'm going to guess Mr. Adonisio told you not to look at it, or Brian Smythe. So I'd like to know
Ms.
why.
Cross, I'm going to stop you right there.
no.
I never had a conversation with him to tell him to look at anything or not look at anything.
you should have,
So you're
'cause I
not gonna
told you to look
spread
at it.
false information.
No, you
Yes,
didn't tell them
false
to look
information.
at it. Right, so that was your fault. I told you to have them look at it. Obviously, you didn't. You just admitted it. Thank you very much. So this goes on and on and on. I've seen this in every audit report. The board does not get board approval for amounts over 40,000. I'm not sure why we keep hiring you. I mean, we need a new auditor. We need a new attorney. We need a new business administrator. And I think we need a new architect after seeing what happened with the trailers. This is a disgrace. It's the same thing over and over and over again. Then we got new people on the board. You probably have all the old people listed. Anybody that left, put their termination dates and put the new people on. How much interest are we making? Mr. Smythe, you can download your bank statements in a matter of seconds. You wrote me back today that you couldn't. They might be in storage from November of 2019. Something is seriously wrong in this district, and we need the Office of the Auditor in here. This is crazy. I'm at a loss for words. I was in the office of Mr. Smythe when that transportation person came in. So for you to say that you now had 5 more people written up for getting special bus services, so that was either 2 years ago. I was standing in the office and the person said, Mr. Smythe isn't returning my phone calls. And I know I documented it, and I wrote it into you. Why weren't you returning his phone calls? How did you get written up for this again with 5 more people? How much extra did that cost? Are they each getting individual buses? I'd like a dollar amount from our auditor. The health insurance, what did you look at with that? That health insurance is a disaster. He keeps transferring over money for that, taking it out of the reserves. Brown & Brown did absolutely nothing this year to save any money. It's cheaper to be in the state health benefits plan. Brian won't show any numbers. He won't show anything about interest against any county in Monmouth County. How he has the time to do research to show what he makes in Monmouth County, he can't even get his own Oprah request back. But, I mean, we absolutely have material weaknesses. I mean, I can't even believe that you said that. That's definitely a line to get rehired. So you filed this with the DOE December 21st. It's now a month later. Why is everybody looking at this for the first time? Did you just get it handed to you? I don't even understand it. But, you know, typical Wall, hand it out when the board gets here so they can't pay attention. Mr. Garth is on the ball tonight. I mean, what is everybody else doing? How does nobody have questions? How did you not have any questions? I don't even understand it. So could you read to me the amount of interest that the school made? We had 3 years of zero. As
Ms.
an
Cross,
auditor.
your time is up.
Okay,
Thank
as
you.
an auditor, you should have told them, look, you got $23 million in the bank. You need to
Ms.
make
Cross, your
interest.
time is up.
Right,
We have
I'd
your
like the
questions.
answer of how much interest that you made.
Well, thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, close it. Who generally meets with the auditor?
For the exit conference, it would be the superintendent, myself,
Can you talk in the microphone, please?
the accounting manager in the office.
Okay. And during the budget or the audit point time, who meets? The same people?
During the process of the
Yeah.
audit, well, you want to chime in, I mean, they're in our office over the summer and then in the fall, and they don't necessarily meet with anyone. They have full reign of the office. They meet with accounts payable, payroll, the accounting manager, would depend, you know, they go to special services, they review, go ahead, Ralph, I'll let you.
We're on site probably anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks.
Can you talk to the microphone, please?
Yeah. You can
We're
pull
on
it closer.
site approximately 2 to 3 weeks doing the audit over the summer and the fall. At the conclusion of the audit, then we meet with the superintendent and the business administrator to review the findings that we've come up with to put in the report, to ensure that they're in agreement with that and that they don't have some documentation maybe that we weren't given initially during the audit process. And then at that point, you know, once we have all the documentation we need, it's filed with the state of New Jersey and the board.
Okay. And with the health insurance, was there anything specific you look at on that? That's part of the audit? Can you talk about that?
Sure. I mean, for the health insurance, we do a number of tests. One of the tests that we do is just to select a sample of the bills to ensure that we're paying the correct amount of money to the health insurance company. We also select a sample of the employees that are being paid to make sure that they're still employed by the district and that we're not paying for individuals that have retired or left the district.
And any idea how big that sample pool is?
That sample pool is typically around 20%.
Okay. Is that something you could send that over to, those numbers, the sample pool?
Sure.
With the other one? Okay. And then finally, I don't know if you, how much interest do we earn? Do you know that?
In fiscal year 19, you earned approximately $88,000 of interest.
And the average balance for that? Do you have any idea?
I don't know that offhand.
I think Brian had sent that to me. I have that.
Okay.
Can I ask some more questions?
Sure.
Just to clarify, when your health insurance audit, you don't look at the selection of the process and the price points that the board chose, which plan over another, right?
No, we don't.
Correct, thank you. And then, in terms of the sample size, with the statute that, you know, the resolutions weren't done for 2 occasions, what number of errors would cause you to increase your sample size and keep digging, so to speak?
It's really professional judgment at that point, whether we feel like, you know, if we found 2 errors out of 20 that we selected, let's say, we might feel like that's the only errors probably potentially out there. And even if it's going to cause an audit recommendation, it might not, you know, pay to keep, you know, extending our sample.
So it was your decision to not pursue it any further at that point?
That's correct.
And in terms of previous years, I guess I can pull the audits, and I have not, maybe you remember. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Were there any other resolution issues of over, you know, not getting resolutions for bids over 40 in the past 3 years that you're aware of?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but I don't believe there was an audit recommendation for that specific purpose in the 4 years that I've been the
Very well.
manager on the engagement.
Thank you.
One additional question. Again, going back to the transportation. So finding those 2 instances, that doesn't mean that we didn't receive funding for it, or we were, the IEPs. We weren't transporting students and not getting reimbursed, or this was money that was coming out and the district wasn't aware of.
That's correct. There was the 5 errors, but all it means is that the individual education plan or the IEP didn't specifically state that transportation was required. It doesn't mean that it wasn't required. It doesn't mean that we weren't legitimately transporting the students on a bus as required because of their circumstance. It's just that the documentation wasn't clearly evident in the IEP that transportation was required.
Okay, thank you.
So who would make that decision at that point? If you got a gray matter of decision, who makes the decision whether transportation is given or not given?
What we have found when we've gone back and looked at the 5 errors this year and a couple of errors in the past is that you often have 2 things. You have a student who is special education, and that same student requires transportation, not necessarily because of their special needs, perhaps because they live on a hazardous route, and we have a lot of them in Wall. So the information comes from special education to transportation. Here are the students with IEPs. You know, transportation sees that these students are on buses. So there's a lack of explicit communication between the software that we use for transportation and Genesis, our student information system, that would update that on a consistent and regular and accurate basis. So it's human error, where, yes, the student needs transportation, but it's not necessarily in their IEP that they need it because of their disability.
Ms. Dyer, also to clarify, so that same particular student could be a regular education student and still receive transportation because of a hazardous route?
Yes, but they would not show up
Okay.
on the DRTRS as
Okay.
being a student with an IEP who's receiving transportation, and it's not in the IEP.
Okay.
So, for example, if you have a special needs student who's in a wheelchair, that student needs transportation in part because of their disability. And it would be in the IEP that transportation is necessary for this student, regardless of where they lived. But we have so many hazardous routes, designated, hazardous routes in Wall, that there have been errors made in the past, and we had a few errors made still this year.
I have a quick question. What software do we currently use for IEP generation?
We use IEP Direct, and we use Genesis, and then we use Edulog.
Yeah, we're currently using Edulog, and we're moving to Versatrans.
And
Okay.
it's the problem is really between Edulog and Genesis.
Okay.
Can I ask Ralph one more? Oh, go ahead, Chris, sorry.
Go ahead, Russ.
Ralph, in your expertise with other districts, from what Brian said in terms of figuring out this timing of this, and Cheryl with the challenges, sometimes errors occur, I get that. Is this a common issue in school boards because of the circumstances that you see in a bunch of other districts?
It's very common.
Okay, thank you.
My question was kind of along the lines, I mean, the anomalies that we have in the audit, are they, again, in comparison with other districts, are they outside, normal, circumstances, or aligned with, other school
Absolutely not.
districts?
I mean, I think in order, in line with other districts that I personally audit and that our firm audits, I think you're probably on the low end of recommendations that we have. I mean, we have some audits that we issue with fewer than 4. We have some audits that we issue with 15 or 20 recommendations. And like I said before, there's the different levels of recommendation, and that's based on our professional judgment that we didn't believe that any of these rose to the level of a significant deficiency or a material weakness. So the fact that none of them rose to that level and the number that you have, I would say that's on the lower end of the scale of what we audit.
And the other question I have, do you have any other districts where their Board of Ed directs you to look at certain things in terms of the audit? Or is that, I mean, I would think that might be also an ethical,
I mean,
situation?
certainly one of the requirements that we're required to do is we send a letter out pre-audit that goes to all the board members that says that if there's any concerns that you specifically want us to take a look at, to let us know. And we have some clients that do meet with us prior to the audit and want to discuss certain things. That's perfectly fine. I mean, as long as there's no undue pressure telling us to, report this or don't report that. But in terms of if you want to indicate that, say, hey, we want you to focus in a little bit more this year on, health insurance because we feel like there's an issue there, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
When does that letter go out?
That typically goes out over the summer, or maybe even, like June or July, where it gets addressed to the Board of Education and goes to all the board members. And that's a requirement of ours that we have to do that.
Ralph, so I might also suggest that, for next year's audit, we might have, committee meeting or something like that prior to the audit. So we have a cross-section that can go over the audit prior to.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. I was commissioned sometime early in the fall to do a demographic study, a demographic and facility utilization study. For the with architects in the room, I'll just inform you, this is a high-level facility study. What I'm looking at in my facility is classroom utilization, average class size, those kinds of, I'm not looking at square footage and those different kinds of things. That's your bailiwick. Okay, so having said that, what I'd like to do is take a little bit of time, go through this slide presentation that you have in front of you, and go through some of the procedures and process that I did in performing this study. And the first thing is to look at how I performed facility utilization. Well, it was basically a four-step process. The first step is I provided each of the building principals with a survey. And the purpose of that survey was for them to do a self-assessment of the building. How many classrooms are used, what programs are located in which places in the building, what are some of the core facility issues that they may have, are they short any places to put programs, those kinds of things. So the principals fed me back those surveys. And then what I did is I reviewed the floor plans of each building. The district provided me with the actual floor plans, and I compared the floor plan analysis with the responses of the principals on the surveys. I then went to each building, and I also reviewed SDA, School Development Authority, documents, the facility summary, which kind of gives you a breakdown of the number of classrooms in each of the buildings. And so with having reviewed the surveys, reviewed the floor plans, I went and I met with each individual principal, and I went through each of these documents. I had them, we went through each room by room, what was in the room, how many kids in the room, if the room was, it was a full-size classroom, if it wasn't a full-size classroom. So I got a good picture of what was going on in the building, and I did have an opportunity to walk through many of the buildings, and that was kind of nice. The buildings look all really, really good. They're well decorated. It's kind of a nice place to be in. So I did appreciate that. And my own background is as an educator. So prior to doing this, I was a school teacher and a school principal. So when I see buildings, I kind of get a sense of appreciation of what's good. And this place is good, okay? Then the next step, so I took all that data and set it aside. The next step was to do the actual enrollment projection. So what I did is I obtained data from the Wall Township schools on enrollment from October 2014 through October 2019. And actually, when I started the study, I first did it through 2018, but then when I got the upgraded, I upgraded it for this year to reflect this year's enrollment. The enrollment basically reflects what the enrollment is in the school district on the 15th of October of each year. And the reason we do it that way is so we have a consistent look, an annual look at what the growth or decline in each of the enrollment is. And more than that, if you submit a long-range facility plan, it has to be that. The state, so I follow the guidelines of the SDA and the State Education Department in doing the study. It's called a cohort survival study, and I'll get into a little bit more how that works a little bit later on in my presentation. I then now the cohort survival study, the base projection, really only looks at enrollment projection based on history of the district, a 6-year history of the school district. It doesn't include any other kinds of things that might impact enrollment, such as new housing construction, that kind of thing. So in order to obtain that information, I contacted the Wall Township Planning Board to get information about potential new housing developments in the community, to see what their potential impact is on the schools. I also got information over housing sales over the past 6 years to see what the general progress of sales of existing housing, how they exist in the district, and see if there's any kind of consistency between existing housing sales and enrollment. So I took a look at those items. And then finally, I took a look at data regarding permits for new residential construction issued and certificates of occupancy issued over the last 5 years. So it kind of becomes a potpourri of all those things to see how they impact enrollment, have impacted historic enrollment, and how they impact enrollment in the future. By the way, on housing, when we get into that data a little bit later on, I do not count age-restricted. So there's no age-restricted housing in any of my tables. Age-restricted housing doesn't produce children, therefore has no impact on the schools, therefore is not in the projections. Okay. So now I go to the first table in the program. This is a 10-year summary, meaning it takes a look at the historical enrollment between 2014 and 15, the current year 2019 and 20, and then projects it out over to the next 5 years to see what the enrollment's going to look like. And this is just a summary. There's more detail both in the report that I submitted and in this document that we'll go through in a bit. So as you can see, the district declined in enrollment between 2014 and 15 and 2019 and 20 by about 220 students overall, or just a little over 6%. I'm looking for a further, well, the projection is showing, I'm not looking for anything, but the projection is showing that the enrollment will decline further by about 161 students by the 2024-25 school year, and that'll be a decline by about 5%. Over the last 5 years, Allenwood and Central have shown growth, and over the next 5 years, Central will be is stable. I'm sorry, Allenwood is stable. Central will lose about 19, but it'll go back, it'll still be higher than it was in the 2014-15 school year. Old Mill has declined, but it looks like it's stabilizing. It opened at 365 and projecting to 373. West Belmar lost a substantial number of students over the first 5 years of the projection, but it looks like it's stabilizing over the next 5 years. The intermediate school dropped in projections, but it looks like that number is going to increase marginally over the next 5 years. And the high school did decline by about 99 students from 1074 to 900, and then we're going to, it looks like I'm projecting out another 174 student loss over the next 5 years. SCSE stands for Self-Contained Special Education, and PK stands for Pre-K. I just use averages over the previous 5 years. Self-contained special education students, it varies because they change month to month, they change year to year. There's no way to really project what your self-contained students are, because that's based upon what the child study team does. Now, keep in mind, I've extracted self-contained special ed students from the total enrollment. That's not your total population of special education. You've got pull-out students, you've got push-in students, you've got in-class aid, which are students who have classifications, but they do take up a seat during the day in a classroom. So if a student is out of the regular general ed classroom for 20% of the day, that seat still exists. So when you're looking at utilization, you've got to count that student you count that student in the classroom. So only self-contained special education students are pulled out of the regular ed classrooms. And those are students also will generally take up their own classroom, will have their own classroom space. Okay, so that's a summary. Now, the next page, okay? And here's where we get into very dangerous territory, okay? Okay, and the reason it's dangerous is this. Only the Glen Oaks development, that is the only one that's got approval, that's the only one that's going to be constructed. That's the only one of all of these things. So I can affirm, based on my projection, that they'll produce somewhere between 60 and 63 students, something along those lines, okay? We know that's going to happen. All of these others are potential, but they are either not, some of them are at the application stage, many of them aren't even at the application stage, but they're on the radar. So it's something that the district needs to monitor, to look at when these things get approval from time to time, monitor what the planning board does. But as a demographer, I can't use them in my projections. So when I'm looking at this, out of the 600, there are 2,128 total units that, if you consider everything, okay, that has potential but is not approved. From those 2,128, I'm projecting a total of 609 students. You take away the 63, 546 are kind of out in the ether. The other problem with projecting these other projects is that these breakdowns of bedrooms, these breakdowns of units are only tentative. By the time a developer goes to the planning board, many of these things change significantly. So that's one problem with counting these things. The other problem is they don't have value. Okay, so I know the value of the Glen Oaks development. I know what the rental is going to be. I'm sorry, I know what the rentals on the apartments are going to be approximately. I know what the cost of the townhouses is going to be approximately. And by the way, A stands for apartments, T stands for townhouse in that type column. But I don't know that for this, and these are the kinds of considerations that you have to weigh when you're doing projections of new housing. So you have to weigh number of units, number of bedrooms in each unit, percentage of affordable units that are coming in on that basis. And so it makes it very difficult. So this, as I said, I'm kind of reluctant to put this in the report because when the public gets it, they look at that number and say, 7,000 kids coming to the district. It's just not true. Now, maybe it'll happen over the next 10, 15, or 20 years, but it depends on what happens with these projects. So the fact is, only Glen Oaks is incorporated into this. The rest of them are, beware, okay?
Just to clarify, this list right here, are these all the COA projects that the
Well,
town
COA
provided?
is COA is on the affordable side. If you take a look, each one of these developments, market rate.
They have a
And then
mixture,
the percentage
yes.
is COA. Affordable is COA.
Yes.
Okay. And generally, as a rule of thumb, it varies depending on the district, but my experience is that it's usually an 80-20 split on developments. That on average, I see 80% market rate, 20% affordable. This is what the tentative, in my discussions with the planning board, this is what they gave me. But again, tremendous grain of salt. Yes, sir.
Your graph, though, with the developments that were not approved, you only count students from the market rate, not the.
I've got students from the COA. If you look at Glen Oaks, I've got the COA students counted there. There are 13, 14 students.
1, 8, and 5.
Yeah, so,
185.
185, only for the ones
Oh.
that developed. For the rest of them, Edgewood, Schwartz, 33, 34.
okay, okay, they should be there. Just again, for your information, but again, I'll add them into the report. But again, I've got to do it either in another color or something that makes it very, very clear that these numbers are to really be literally taken with a grain of salt. Because again, even if these go to the board, they're probably not going to look like this.
So just so we understand too, when you come up with a number, we'll just look at Edgewood that's proposed.
Okay.
When you come up with those numbers just based on the bedrooms, that's just an industry standard?
It's a couple of parameters. Number one, Rutgers University Department of Real Estate did a study in 2006, and it was kind of the Bible in terms of projecting housing. What I found was that it had a tendency to underproject. So when I go into a district, in those days, I used that as a base number, but then I looked at comps. Okay, in other words, what's a comparable development? I weight based upon, the community, the cost of the developments, those kinds of things. Rutgers updated the study in the summer of 2018, and I still find that they underproject. They're very conservative. So again, because I've been doing this for like 25 years, I have a method of weighting based upon value of the project, based upon comps, similar developments in other communities, like what does a mid-level townhouse in Wall, okay, what comps? I look at Monroe Township, I look at, where there are similar type of communities, similar DFG, okay, DFG's district factor groupings, that's, I think it's seven categories that the state puts in that ranks by socioeconomic standards. So I mix all of those things into the pool, and as your auditor said, a lot of this is professional judgment, it is experiential. Projections are as much an art as they are a science.
So let me ask you this too, because I don't want to get too far ahead and go back while we're on it, but so in your opinion, since you've been doing this 25 years, when you project something like this, have you gone back and looked at other similar situations where you've looked and giving it, knowing that they underestimate and you go a little more, how close are you generally?
I'm generally a lot closer than the developers, okay? I do every 2 or 3 years I do an analysis. I'm about 1% over 2 years error rating, about 1%, about 3% over 5 years on average. So, which that's well within the margin of error.
And comparing it to Rutgers, what are they at?
If I just use their straight numbers, they're much lower. Okay, and I'll give you an example. Just recently, I just finished last May or June, I finished a study in Cranford, and the big controversy in Cranford was a 950-unit development going into the township, in Cranford. Based upon Rutgers study, which was used by the developer, they projected 101 students from the 950 units. I came and I projected 353. Now, one of the things I did there, because it was such a large controversial thing, is I went to the real estate developers. I say, when you're renting a two-bedroom apartment, what is the typical family size? Now, Cranford is a wealthy community. It's got very fine schools. Homes are really expensive. So you're going to get more people coming into these different kinds of units than in a Ridgewood, okay? So, at any rate, long story short, I'll never know if I was right or wrong because the town killed it, so. But I mean, but you get these, someone could look at this, and someone could look at it, 2,128 units, only 609 kids. That's reality, because you're looking at, that a three-bedroom apartment produces 0.35 children, or two-bedroom apartment, 0.35, and those are the multipliers that I use. So again, and by the way, these 63, which I affirm will be coming in over the next 5 years, about 70% are elementary school, 20% middle school, 10% high school. That dispersal, again, is experiential, looking at how these things have played out over the years, and logically, people tend to move with younger children anyway. Very few people move when their kids are in high school. So again, please take this with a grain of salt, and I would caution the district, watch these, watch what's going in, monitor the planning board, understand, because as these things come in, they can be added to the projection later on. Okay. The next thing I looked at.
Excuse me, before you go off that chart, maybe you said it already, but the second column where it says type, when it has A.
Apartment or townhouse.
Okay, thank you.
A is apartment, T is townhouse.
And Ross, just to clarify, you said Rutgers you thought was conservative? So
I think
are you more in the middle, spot on, or are you more aggressive in your general estimations?
I don't know if I'd use the word aggressive, but I am higher than they are. And I found
North of middle?
Huh?
North of middle.
Yeah, north of middle.
Okay. Thank
That's
you.
a good way of putting it, okay? It's just a side story. My son and his friends are really kind of intelligent people, and they live in a development in South Brunswick, and there's about 483 homes in that development, and it's a mature development. And, we're sitting around, and they know that I did a study for South Brunswick, so they were, hey, there are 11,000 kids in a high school. How'd you, so I said, and they started talking about, well, look at this development. It's 500 homes. There must be 1,000 kids coming out of there. And I said, well, no, there were 287 kids coming out of here. So, I mean, these things can be deceptive. The other thing is that I generally am at odds with developers. Okay, because they'll, and I don't mean to badmouth them, but you guys have had experience, they'll lowball to get in. So I would say north of middle is a fair assessment. I appreciate that. Then the next thing I wanted to take a look at is there any relationship between existing housing sales and enrollment? Now, your enrollment has gone down, and if you just look at not counting 2019, because I only have the data up until maybe July, so, but the other 5 years, you're looking at an average of, let's say, somewhere around 500 units on average, which represents about 4.8% of the total housing stock in the district. My theory here is that the sale of the existing housing stock has kept the enrollment from crashing. In other words, the enrollment's gone down, but you've been able to produce some kids because there are housing sales. I don't know if you classify this as healthy. It's probably a little on the low side, meaning that people are holding on to the house a bit longer. But apparently it's difficult to project off existing housing sales. We just like to see if there's consistency between enrollment and housing sales. So my theory, and it's only theory, is that the sales of existing housing have kept the enrollment from going down even further. And even as we get towards a leveling out in some of the cases, that's probably where that's coming from. And as you can see in the next table, that these housing permits and certificates of occupancy aren't extraordinarily large, and maybe be part of, some of these may be part of the construction, part of the housing sales that existed over here, because these do include, these existing housing sales are, these are turnovers, okay? These are turnovers. So there was some construction going on, but these could have been apartments, these could have been age-restricted units, I don't know, okay? That's hard to kind of determine. But again, the key here is that I think that the housing sales have kept, again, the enrollment from really tanking. Okay, next page. Now here's where I explain cohort survival, okay? Just so those of you, if you want to go out and take my job, you can just do this and, you know, and go from there. Okay, kindergarten is calculated, okay, by comparing births, designated to Wall Township, to kindergarten enrollment 5 years later. So, in the 2014 births actually took place in 2009. The 2015-16 births took place in 2010. And so we develop a relationship, a migration ratio between births and kindergarten. And if you go down here, you see that the ratio, average ratio, was 1.175, about 17.5% increase, larger number of kids coming into the district than kids than kids who were born in the district, which means that people are moving into Wall with children. That's what it's telling me. If it was less than that, it would mean that births were impacting, but it's more than that, so it means that they're moving in with children already in. So then, if you go to the births in 2015, which would result in the projection of 2020-21, and you multiply that 179 by 1.175, the projection is about 210 students coming in kindergarten next year, which again is a drop from the current year. And this current year may have been a bit of an anomaly. It's a little bit higher. Okay, again, 202 births times 1.175 comes out to 237 kids in 2021-22. So that's how that projection is made. In the other grades, the cohort is kindergarten children in 2014 and 15, become first graders in 2015 and 16, become second graders in 2016, 17. So you see, the 216, when these kindergarten kids in 2014, 15 became first graders, that cohort grew to 231, okay, which was a 7% increase. And that's how that multiple works on the diagonal. But then you add the grade levels, you know, all the kindergarten to first grade migration ratios to come up with an average. So if you see, the average movement from kindergarten to first grade was 4%, 1.04. And then you do the same thing. 210 kindergartens times 4% equals 254, and so forth down the line. That's how that projection works. That's the cohort projection. We'll mix into that the 63 children who will come from new housing to come up with the final totals. Okay, so that's how the projection works. And then finally, and the next chart kind of shows you the trend line, and you can see that there was a stark decline to 2017-18, kind of a movement up in 2018-19, and then really kind of a leveling off as we go out further, okay? And that leveling off will, as new housing comes in, that should start to go up when and if that new housing comes in. So that's just kind of a visual guide of how the projections go. Now, the next page. So on the next page, what I did was I took the enrollment projections, and then I placed them inside of what of the room counts. So, for example, starting in 2019-20, that was this current year. This is what I interviewed the principals on, and you take a look, and if you go across the top, it's going to tell you how many kids in each grade level. I capped I capped kindergarten and first grade at 21, and I capped grades 2 through 5 at 23. So just, it gave me a guideline as to where, and I think we talked about that. That was where we didn't want to exceed that. So if we take a look at, for example, kindergarten in Allenwood in the current school year, there were 52 kids in 3 sections with an average class size of 17. And I've done that for every grade level, and you take a look at the last column, SC, which is self-contained. In Allenwood, there were 29 kids in 3 classrooms, because there are class size restrictions for self-contained special ed children. You're not going to put 25 or 23 or 21. And there are some, I think there are some designations like autism where you can't have more than 6 or 8. Okay, so that's also taken into account. Now, if you go across, all the way across, I've also indicated what other rooms were available in this building for art, music, extra help. And anyway, what I came up with a total use of 24, and where you see the 1S, one of the special ed rooms is a small room, it's not a full-size classroom. So there were a total of 24 available classrooms, and you see the building is fully utilized. The net is the net number of rooms available in that building. And if you look at Allenwood all the way down, Allenwood is anywhere from 0 to -1 based upon the projection, based upon class sizes. Now, in some cases, Allenwood has fairly good-sized class sizes, a lot approaching 24, so that building has substantial, is substantially well used. The class sizes are really high. I consider over the 23 is kind of high. And as you go down through the list, with me trying to stay within the parameters of class size, we're between 0 and -1 at that building. So that building is basically, it's fully utilized. It's probably a little bit more than utilized. Okay. Moving over to Central, same thing. Central has a total of 28 classrooms, and if you take a look at and you go across the bottom, looking at the average class sizes, and keep in mind, it's hard to go beyond that, because if you have 103 children and you're using 5 classes, it reduces that to 4, that makes the class size over 26. So that's where I try to stay within. If you take a look at the net on Central has 0 access. Now, I did not count the trailers in that building. The trailers are not in the room count. So that 0 out is because the kids have been brought back from the trailers, and they've been brought back from the trailers. So again, the net in that building is 0, and that's for all 5 years of the projection. Old Mill, again, Old Mill has really good class sizes. Okay, if you take a look at the numbers across the bottom, and for this year they were at 0. For next year they're around. For next year they're a net +1, net +1, net +1. In the 4th year, the 2023-24 school year, they're net +2, and in the 24-25 they're net +1. That's not saying this room is empty. Okay, what it's saying, it could be used for other things, conference, child study team, those different kinds of things. What I'm saying is a classroom, it's available. And then finally, West Belmar, small school, and we're also a small school, small class sizes, but only 15 classrooms, so they're at net 0. Okay. And then finally, Wall Intermediate and Wall High School. Speaking to the principals in both buildings, they have no complaints about space. They're adequate. They're more than adequate. There was nothing. I mean, I looked at their master schedules, and there was no point in taking a further analysis, because the buildings are not in trouble as far as room is concerned, and both principals verified that. And so that's my report. Oh, that's the summary. There's a more detailed report. I don't know if they've gotten it yet, if the board's seen the full report. And please, I'm open for questions.
Anybody have any questions?
Thank you for a very detailed report. You do this for a living. I'm sure this isn't the only community you look at. In this area especially, there seems to be a general trend in some of the school districts with their enrollment down significantly in some of our surrounding towns. Do you know, or do you have an idea?
Well, I've done about 340 school districts in New Jersey.
So you've done one or two.
Okay, so, only, right now, okay, I'm seeing stability or decrease in many of the districts I'm working with the exception of one, which is Monroe Township. That's the only one because it's so much construction. They're growing, but it's been very interesting. I just finished Perth Amboy, which is a city, it's a little different, but surprisingly, their enrollment's gone down by about 300 kids. I'm just doing Piscataway. I'm just doing this ones I'm doing right now. Piscataway also is down about 200 kids. Springfield is down about 100 kids. I'm doing Hamilton Township. I'm doing a transportation audit, but I had to incorporate the projections in doing that transportation audit. They're growing. They're growing, but again, not like I've seen growth like 3 and 4 years ago. You know, there was funny, up until 2007, if you would ask me the same question, I'd say general growth was really good. From 2007 to about 2010, okay, because of the housing market decline, it really was reflected in school enrollment. It started to rise again at around 2011 and started kind of creeping back up, but it's kind of level. I'd say it's more level in districts I'm working with. And you know, if you've been doing any reading lately, you also know that birth rates have really gone down. So, you know, that will have a general impact. But, you know, forgetting for a minute that I'm a demographer, but I am a father and a grandfather, I will tell you this, okay? When I moved into my home in 1980, I lived on Long Island, when we first moved in, I will tell you, Halloween, I had Halloween demography. I mean, I couldn't keep enough candy in the house. By 1990, I gained 14 pounds because I had to swallow the candy. Coming back to about 2000, it kind of went up again. Then in the early 2000s, it kind of went down. Last couple of years, it's been a bit larger, but this year it was slower. So I mean, that's maybe the best demography of all, the Halloween count. But it is cyclical. But I am concerned because of birth rates, and I am concerned about future possible recession, which we're not suffering now. But housing sales have slowed also generally so. But I think, I think that the only caution I give this district is to really look at those developments and let me know when they come and I can give you numbers. Other questions?
Yeah, so in terms of the housing sales, when you do the study, are you able to find out the age of the people that are selling the homes and the age of the people that are purchasing the homes?
No, the only thing I can, there's a very good paid online service called New Jersey, I have a footnote in my report, stateinfoservices.com, and you get one free, and then you got to pay for the rest of them. But they're about 3 or 4 month lag, but they track housing sales. They don't track by age, but they do is they give you, a lot of sales are made of paper sales. These are paper sales, meaning residents don't change, but ownership does. And you'll see a lot of sales for like $100, $500, even though the home value is more. That's because people are turning them to kids or for whatever reason. I don't count those in the sales because population's not changing. Your question kind of leads to this point, okay? Are people moving, are empty nesters selling? And are they being filled with younger children? And as I said, probably, and that's what's probably kept the enrollment from crashing. There's no way to really know that because one thing that you don't get they don't tell you the number of children people are moving with. I mean, you can't say, well, you sold the house to the Smith family. How old is Mr. Smith? How old is Mrs. Smith? And how many kids do they have? That information is really not available. But where you can do a little bit of that is that if you, and I haven't done in this district because I don't see a need for it at this point, where you could kind of do an average number of kids per household, but you need to go through the database and sort and that kind of thing. And I'm not seeing anything that impactful here. But as I said, my theory is, and it's only a theory, is that the housing sales is what's keeping the enrollment from going down further, and probably, because if you remember what I said when I showed you the cohort projection, that it's over 1% of the people between birth rate and kindergarten. So it's telling me that the houses that are being sold to people with children. Just how many children? I don't know.
Could you also maybe, I guess, speak to the idea of the exodus of people from the state and how that might?
Say it again?
The exodus of people from the state. There's a lot of people that are leaving the state due to taxes and whatever else in retirement and saying, I'm not going to pay, taxes. I'm going to go down to North Carolina or Florida or Arizona or wherever it is where it's like, $1,200 for like all your taxes for the year, and everybody's like, wow, that's amazing, right? So, in terms of how that factors into this report, do you see, or did you see in,
I'm looking for something.
Yeah, no, it's okay. In your investigation, did Wall Township have a higher propensity, you believe, for that happening?
Okay, in the report itself, okay, on page 5, okay, I do a demographic study. I mean, I do general community demographics. These are not school demographics, these are community demographics, okay? And I take the base is the 2010 census, and the out year is the 2018 estimate from the Census Bureau, which has about a plus or minus 3% error. And if you look at that, the population in Wall Township in 2010 was 26,011, and the population in 2018 was 26,020. That was a net difference of 9 people in terms of general population. So droves of people are not moving out, okay? The other thing that's interesting is that you've gotten slightly older. This is not a young community, okay, in terms of median age. Median age in the state is about 38. This district's 45. And over the 8-year period, it went to 46.3, which is about a 1.3 year growth over that period of time. So it got a little bit older. And then next talk about the different levels of housing. Now, housing's a little confusing because in 2010 there were 10,883 structures, and in 2018 10,240. That's because a lot of structures are reclassified. So that's not a really reliable number, it's just there for information. And as you can see, mean income's gone up, median income has gone up. The ethnic population has not varied very much over that period of time. So that indicates that maybe there are people leaving, but you're being filled anyway. So there's no great rush out of. I don't know who these people are who moved in and moved out, but it's kind of balanced.
I mean, I think that, looking around the town, there's not houses that are just sitting there vacant, like people haven't just like left their houses and been like, oh.
No.
Let the weeds grow or something like that. But I wondered if there was, I guess, somewhere in this report that would be glaring that would say, hey, listen, we have older folks that are leaving, they're being replaced by younger families that are going to have kids. Because I sort of get that general sense. And then I'm not getting that in this report, which is sort of conflicting in my brain.
Well, again, as I said, the population shift hasn't changed very much, and the only way to really do that is a very expensive and very detailed doing a community census, and that usually doesn't yield the kind of results that you would want, where you could how many people live in your house, what are the ages, how many kids, and you do that, and you get probably about a 10% return. And then you have to do the statistical analysis of that 10% return. And so the best way we can do this is to make inferences. So the inferences I'm making is that the housing sales are what's keeping the enrollment from crashing. I can't do better than that. I mean, look, if this 26,000 was 15,000 or 18,000, then that would require a little bit more research. But this doesn't set off any bells. Or it doesn't, at least for me as demographer, it doesn't set off any alarms.
I have a question.
Go.
The numbers that we're talking about are what you gather from the sources that you have. The public school students would come from that. How do we account for students that might go to a private school or other than Wall, you know, like maybe a county school, and I'm not sure how those numbers figure into any
If
of
they're
this.
public school students who are going to vocational school, county school, that kind of thing, they're included in the totals, in grade levels. I did not account for parochial private schools in this. Okay. I mean, it's something that I could do. I don't know if it had that much. In looking at this, you know, one of the things I look at, and you can look at also, or think about, excuse me, let me get it. I look for things that are indicative of kids leaving the district, not, you know, leaving the district for other kinds of schools. And what are they? You've got break grades in this district. 5th grade is a break grade, 8th grade is a break grade, meaning that at the end of 5th grade, people make a decision, are they going to send the kids to a middle school, or are they going to send them to private schools they don't like the middle school? There is no indication of that in this report. There's only, it's a 2%, it's a 1% increase from 8th grade, from 5th grade to 8th grade. Same thing on the high school level. You actually have more kids, you are actually, to your high school, this is telling me you're bringing back kids who may have gone K-8 to a parochial or private school but want the advantages of Wall High School. So again, there's nothing, now if I saw big numbers in the break, I'd find out how many kids in private school, where they're going, that kind of a thing. Again, it's not impactful on the study.
Question, with regards to, well, I'll come back to it, thank you.
Okay.
Can I follow up? Oh, Russ, go ahead.
Go for it.
Just because it was kind of following up on Andy's question, are you able, I mean, do you contact any of the private schools, the St. Catherine's or St. Rose? I know you just said you didn't, but
No.
is there anything precluding you from doing that and finding out how many kids are enrolled there in Wall and like the segment of those students going back, say, 5-10 years into that study?
My experience is that the private Catholic, they will not tell me, they'll say, well, we got 9,000 kids. They're not going to tell me how many specifically come from Wall, because they're drawing from all. Now, I believe the district can get that information. Okay.
Yeah, I think, Mrs. Dyer, aren't you privy to that based on the request for school transportation? You know how many children go to St. Catherine's or St. Rose or Holy Innocents?
We have some of that based on whether or not we transport the students or whether the parent gets aid in lieu.
You can capture the information that way. Okay.
So if we knew the percentage of students, or if we could provide the percentage of students at each grade level that attend a parochial school, for example, we could also make assumptions that the 69 or 63 children that you're projecting from a new development, that same percentage might go to a private school.
Well, if you send me that data, I'll append it to the report.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
That'd be great. And then, and you made an allusion earlier to economy and different things like that, and obviously we want the economy to keep flourishing and everything, but I do believe that also there are, you know, maybe some folks, if there was a downturn in the economy, then instead of sending those kids to, you know, the St. Rose and St. Catherine's and, you know, even in the high school levels to Red Bank Catholic or CBA or whatever else it is, maybe, you know, that could, you know, foresee some more students coming in where they might have gone historically in the past few years to those schools?
Well, you know,
Speak to that.
first, I can guess a lot, okay? Okay, but let me tell you my experience. Okay, my experience, especially back in the period of the recession, with the exception of some of the diocesan schools that closed in New Jersey, and even in those cases, parents found other diocesan schools. If the kids are going to school for religious reason, most of them don't come back, okay, under any circumstance. If you're in a community where kids are going to like Rutgers Academy or some of the expensive private schools, you'll see some of them come back. I've never seen that make a big impact, even in the days of the recession. You know, because, and again, I don't know if this district, based upon the schools and the educational opportunities, chases a lot of people away from the public schools. That's a credit to the district. But again, if you give me the, you know, he may give me the say, holy cow, am I wrong? but I don't think so. Okay. More?
How do you see this grand plan on the state level of taking all the K through 8 districts and merging them into K through 12 districts?
Never going to happen. I never say
all right,
anything.
that's all I wanted to
I
hear.
never say anything unequivocally. Never going to happen. And I will tell you, I sat with the commissioner. I sat with his entire team up in, and I'll tell you the district I did it in. It was not Elmwood Park. It was, oh crap. I'm working with them. It was two actually. One in Western New Jersey, one in Northern New Jersey. I sat with them, and they said, "Great idea. Never going to happen." Okay, 3 districts up in North Jersey. Little Ferry, Hackensack, and with the M, the funny name. Thank you, Menaki. Okay, I deal with so many different, Okay, we sat at this meeting. Great idea. Let's merge. We're going to save transportation. We're going to save millions of dollars. Never going to happen. Okay, the state is moving. They say they give lip, and again, unequivocally, I've been in enough of these meetings. Lip service to consolidation, lip service to regionalization, lip service to that. Then they just walk away. Okay, and they you say to them, well, okay, the first indicator is that it costs a study, and that's, anybody does it, whether it's an attorney, whether it's me. A regionalization study has to run between $50,000 and $70,000. And they say, oh, we're going to fund it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of funding on that, like none. So, I mean, I wouldn't even be concerned about that. That's, first of all, you are a K-12 district, so you're not merging with anybody. But the talk is for K-8 sending districts to merge into, just, in my opinion, we'll all be vacationing in retirement before that happens. Okay. And again, I'm not a dogmatic person, but I say that with absolute certainty.
Doctor, your passion for numbers is impressive. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess my question follows up to what you just said. While the mergers and stuff may not happen, what's your educational inference and smarts tell you, combined with the numbers, about how we could use this, partnering with local districts to maximize shared services of some sort, classes that don't fill, that we could share teachers with, adding academies that we all don't need multiple for, if that was the, I don't know, I'm just looking at other options, not combining districts, but, deficiencies in one that could benefit other districts in the locale and things like that.
Well, the only thing, truthfully, the only thing I've ever worked on in that level, okay, and I know one exception, I just didn't work on it, but the only thing I ever worked on in that level was doing transportation, combined shared transportation services, especially special needs transportation, getting to jointures and things like that. I've got 7 kids going to this district, and I'm running a bus to your district. Why don't you pick up 5 kids? That kind of a thing. There was one district, but it was like in Bergen County, where the districts were falling one on top of the other, and one of the districts was offering Mandarin Chinese, and they could put 12 from one district, and they got 13 from another, and they were close enough that they could actually shuttle the kids. So a lot of complexities. It's a great idea. It's a matter of, the logistics of it are very difficult. Paying the teachers are very difficult. Not that anything is like it's impossible, but I've just not really seen it very effective. But I have seen shared transportation services. And I've also seen some issues of going to joint buying, where districts do combined bids for different supplies. I've seen that, and that's worked. Okay.
So with the, going back, the proposed projects that are on the books.
Okay.
The COA housing. If everything was built, it would take a number of years for that to happen, and then the 600-plus students wouldn't all just magically come into the school system at a time. So do you think at any point would that really have an effect on our enrollment to a point where we'd have to be concerned with it? Or would it be, kids are moving out and new kids are moving in, and it would just be, kind of the routine of a school system?
No, if I took those, it was 600 kids, and built them into the cohort projection, okay? Because it just wouldn't be adding the 600 kids. It would also be on the basis of what's happening with the organic enrollment, the normal ins and outs. If you start to grow again in that area and you're starting to level off and you start to add kids into that could be problematic. But the bigger problem isn't so much the total number of kids, it's where the kids are, where the developments are, what school, what attendance zone are they going to impact. Does it mean that does it mean that does something like use the word, that mean redistricting might help a situation? Does it mean grade level reorganization might? Or does it mean, no, you've got to actually do construction, whether it's renovation, new building, whatever the kind it is. So there's really no way to answer that unless we know where, when, and how many. But it does, if your enrollment is going down significantly, like with the sales of existing housing, okay? If that's going in and your new housing is kind of keeping it level, it's the same thing with new construction. If your organic projection, just based on history, is getting level, it can be brought up significantly by new housing. And you're right about one thing, it never comes in all at once. It's a build-out over a period of time.
I mean, I know from experience, I serve on the Board of Adjustment here in town. Joe's on the planning board now. I was on the planning board, that there are projects that go on the books that sometimes never get built because, and my feeling with this is that, they're probably going to build, maybe 2, 3, and then the fourth guy's going to come along and be like, you know what, not everything's sold out. I'm not going to spend $70 million on a project and not be able to sell it. So in your experience of other communities similar to this, have you seen where they have projects on the books like this and they just never get built?
Yeah, I've got to answer to a district next week, okay, which will go nameless. What happened is a developer, he built 73 units of townhouses, and he bought a property across the street and put identical 73 units right across the street. Well, he's only sold 12 units. Guess what's happening to the other 73? Now, I project on it because these were approved, okay? So I've got to backtrack on because they're going away. So yes, the answer is that, yeah, when these developers come in and they do it, if they're not selling, they're not building.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
Just for clarification on that same slide, with regard to the factors that are used
Yeah.
among the students, if under the affordable, the 3-bedroom, it's 1-to-1. I'm only looking at 5 3-bedrooms and the number of student spots. So everything else
Yeah.
is like 0.25 into 1 bedroom, 0.5 or 0.5
Yeah.
something.
It's 1 to 1.05 on a 3-bedroom, on an affordable. It's 1 to 1.05 on an affordable usually, yeah.
So if those columns were all filled out, we're not talking 609 potential students, like 800.
Yeah, talking more, yes.
850.
We'll have to adjust that chart.
Larry, heard the number being thrown
Yeah.
around.
But
Additional 600 students. But if they all had approvals, there'd be an additional 857 students.
Well, as a board, I mean, and we talked about this a little bit, as a board, to me, as I said when I did my presentation, that's a scary chart because it can be actually misconstrued. And maybe I ought to do that chart as a separate chart, okay? And do that separate with all kinds of warnings and skull and crossbones and all the things, beware the dog, all that kind of stuff. I'm kidding, of course. But I mean, make it so it's very clear, because I'm going to add more numbers to that. But it's got to be very clear that this is not going to happen. Or, no, that this is not approved, this is not something that's going to happen next week, next year, and may never happen. Yeah. So do that clarification also, appreciate that.
Just one last question. This is just a general information one. The census is this year, right?
I'm sorry?
The new census?
2020, yeah,
When does that data become available?
about a year,
Okay, so 2021.
yeah, about a year.
Thanks.
That, you'll see that. By the way, just for your own information, I think I have it footnoted in the report. You go to American Fact Finder, American Community Survey. It is a great website. I mean, it'll answer every conceivable question regarding what goes on in your community, or goes on in every community in the country. It's just full of information. I mean, you got to be a little bit of a number nut, but it's a very interesting site. Again, American Fact Finder 2, American Community Survey. That's the United States Department of the Census. Yeah.
Anybody else on the board? Any questions? Seeing none.
No.
This time, public comment on this presentation.
Betsy Cross, I live in Wall. I'd like to say, Ross, thank you very much. I thought that was excellent. And I think we should keep this guy. I don't feel like we're getting snowed over, ridiculous numbers. I think he was pretty spot on.
I was a
And-
principal for 25 years. I don't want to work for a school district again.
All right. You know, this is the first presentation I've seen where I don't feel like I'm being ripped off. So I don't know how much it costs. I mean, I'd have to see the price, but the report details I thought were pretty good. The only problem is I can't read them because the handout that Mr. Smythe, Mr. Adonisio, Ms. Dyer gave, nobody can read and nothing was online. So it's the same old, same old.
To be clear, I didn't make copies. So don't say that I had something to do with making copies and distributing copies,
You're
because I
the
did not.
president of the board. You should have legible copies that's teeny tiny. Anybody can, it's ridiculous.
This is the same one right here. Everybody can read it.
How could you read this?
Maybe use your glasses.
I still can't read it with my
Let's
glasses.
move forward. This is not the discussion we should be having.
Right. Put the presentation online so people at home could have listened along and watched this. I could have watched it on my phone easier than I could read this piece of paper. And, you know, when did the board get these copies? When did they get the audit report that was, you know, delivered to the county a month ago? And when did they get this report to go over it? Or did everybody sit down like they usually do, and Mr. Smites puts it in front of you before you put your butt on the chair, which is usually the way every presentation has worked for the last decade. One thing I would note, Edgemere, Mr. Adonisio, you should know, has been taken off the table. So, you know, when you're talking about Edgemere, that's the Jack Morris property that he pulled. So it's not even here anymore. So you might want to change that in your presentation because it's not in here, the 250 units. Yeah, I've gone back and looked at data over the years, and the ridiculous presentations that you see about increase in school numbers, you know, Habel says it's going to be 1,500 in the high school in 2 years. And, you know, that never happened. So I'm glad to see a presentation that I think is realistic. We're looking at 63 kids in the next 5 years. You know, we probably don't need the same amount of staff next year. Let's not keep people on the books just because, you know, in 10 years from now, we may need them. It's ridiculous. So thank you for your presentation and your time.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
If you would also like a brownie or a cookie, we have brownies and cookies, and otherwise they're going to sit here all night. We should start distributing. If you'd like a brownie or a cookie, we have brownies and cookies as well.
All right. Okay. So, facility condition assessment. You guys are going to give the board a little update on your findings and surveys and let us digest some information. So please start when you're ready.
All right. Thank you. Steve Siegel, Principal, Spiegel Architectural Group. Got Barbara, Justin, and Maurice here tonight. We'll all talk a little bit about the updates. As we spoke last time, we came in to do a facilities assessment where we walked all of the schools all of the buildings to evaluate a number of items. From the site amenities, site features, through the building envelope, roofs, walls, windows, doors, to the interior of the building, walking through and making sure things are code compliant, and looking at the conditions of all of the flooring, seats, like auditorium seats, so forth, ceilings, lights. We also, which is more of an update from last presentation, dove into program needs. And that is where we had a number of meetings with principals, administration, and so forth to talk about the needs of the district. So we'll talk a little bit more about programming later in the presentation, but just keep in mind that everything we're talking about are just needs that were uncovered from walkthroughs or conversations with staff and administration. None of this is set in stone. None of this is anything that this is the solution and this is what you have to do. These are all just needs that have come up through the discussions and the walkthroughs throughout the building. The next step for the board to do at the end of this and over the next weeks, month, whatever it needs to review, is to determine the next steps.
Would it be fair to say some of the things in here could be part of a wish list?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
And so what happens is the board then needs to review this and say, okay, here's a bunch of information that we've compiled. What's important to the district? What are our priorities? Is it programming? Is it some of the curriculum needs? Is it, you know, fixing the roofs and windows and HVAC units? What is it that's important to you? And then you develop a more detailed budget of what those items are and then how you're going to finance it. And we'll talk about some options and some ideas, but this, again, just scratching the surface of what can be done. We also looked at sustainability and ways that you could potentially save money through the district by installing LED lights and solar panels, things like that. And then tried to prioritize it based on what we saw. I will say from the school we walked through, the buildings are very well maintained. You guys got your money's worth out of your equipment. Most of the items that you see on this list are just, frankly, outreach their useful life. They outlive their useful life. They just have that age where they're running to the point where maintaining them is becoming difficult. So, and there are other things that some of these buildings were built a few years ago, and the codes have changed, and the needs have changed, and so there are some recommendations in here that address that as well. So you'll see the priorities throughout the report that currently, priority 1, 2, and 3, again, this is just high-level initial discussions with administration and some of our findings. The priority 1 items are the ones that we classified are stuff that really should happen in the next few years based on useful life or code conditions. Priority 2 would be something that maybe it's 2 to 3 years out, 4 years out that you should start looking at and start planning for. There might be some lower level code items or some equipment that might be coming to the end of its useful life in the next few years. And then priority 3 might consist of some aesthetic upgrades that, you know, paint and things of that nature, flooring, that maybe just are worn but don't have to be replaced. They're not as high as a priority. It's not a hazard per se. The other thing that we did look at is developing something to help with maintenance. There are some items in here, although be it not a lot, there are some items that we said, you know, these things could be put into a maintenance budget and potentially just be addressed through your maintenance staff over the next couple of years in the budget cycle. And then again, sustainability, there are different ways of handling sustainability through energy programs, energy saving improvement plans, power purchase agreements, things like that that you can do for no cost to the taxpayers and achieve some of those savings without that, so without putting out a project to bid. Again, as we go through this, we're going to summarize some of the things that we found, but this is just a summary. You've got a lot of schools, there's a lot of information, there's a lot more in the details. This is just high-level view of some of the consistent things that we found throughout the schools. And so, Justin, you want to talk a little bit about some of the detail?
Absolutely. So this will be the next couple slides are a recap of our prior presentation. But first off, as Steve mentioned, some of the things we looked at were site features and amenities. This includes everything outside on any of the school properties. So this is not just the educational facilities, but also athletic fields, and any property the school has. So some of the things that we came across were accessibility and lighting. So in certain cases, there should be accessible entrances to buildings where there aren't currently any. Lighting, so there could be, that's a twofold issue. Possibly not proper lighting levels in parking lots or exterior of the building, but also higher efficiency lighting, moving from incandescent systems to LED systems, which are much more cost-saving, energy efficient. Fencing and landscaping, so some of the just overall perimeter fencing around the district is in fair shape. Some of it is due for replacement. Landscaping, so there's some spots where there should be some care taken to enhance those areas. Parking and drainage, this was a fairly consistent, especially the parking side, in most of the educational buildings. A lot of the parking lots are getting towards the end of their useful life, and some maintenance work should be performed on them. In some cases, it is a full-blown full depth reconstruction. In other cases, it could be a simple mill and overlay, and to bring it back to proper use. And then finally, athletic fields and equipment. We looked at both the 18th Avenue fields and all the fields on the actual school grounds. And in some cases, they're in good condition. In other cases, there is some work that needs to be done. Next up is the building envelope. So building envelope is anything regarding the exterior of the building. That includes windows, doors, roofs, and the general facade of the building. So in general, the buildings are in good condition. Roofs, most of the roofs in the building were built in or put on in two different periods. There are a bunch of SBS modified roofs, which were put on within, appears, the past 10 years, which are in good condition, still under warranty. However, there was a referendum in 1999, which are EPDM roofs, which are all coming out of warranty and should be addressed, as any repair work in the coming years will be on the district's dime. Windows and storefronts, in general, a lot of the buildings have had storefront replacements with energy efficient insulated windows, but there are some buildings that still have not had them replaced, which are taxing on both the energy efficiency of the building and your wallet. Same thing with exterior door replacements. In general, many of the doors in the district are in good condition on the exterior. However, there are some, especially the old aluminum systems, which we would recommend replacing with FRP systems. Masonry restoration, and this is kind of more just building envelope facade in general. There are some areas where you have some mortar degradation in areas which should be repointed, as well as some stucco on some of the older buildings, which is cracking and should be repaired. As far as the building interior, these talk about the interior finishes as well as doors of the building. So flooring in general is in very good in terms of it's well kept. However, there is a lot of flooring that looks like it's back from the 1970s. Some of it is potentially asbestos containing, as well as some that is just dated and past its useful life. Toilet room renovations. Every building in the school does have at least one ADA compliant toilet room, but not all the toilet rooms in the buildings have been upgraded for ADA compliance. So it's one of the things we looked at as a possibility of upgrading them all to be ADA compliant. Ceiling replacement, once again, some of the ceilings are dated and in poor condition and should be looked to replace. As well as casework, especially in the older buildings, Allenwood and West Belmar, which are 1800s building. Some of them are original to the building. They're in poor condition as they're over 100 years old and probably should be looked into replacement. And with that, we come to the new portion of our study, and that is the program needs.
So again, the program needs, while we just heard that a lot of the schools are basically at capacity or close, there's things curriculum-wise that are not being able to be taught that are above and beyond the standard classroom size. And so when having these discussions with the principals, we did look at other spaces such as the media centers, where there are a lot of media centers that are actually underutilized, that we might be able to recapture some space in the media centers and also modify the remaining part of the media center for a 21st century learning environment, more of the hub of the community, of the schools, makers labs and things like that might be able to be included there. That's something that, again, the board would have to determine. How important is the curriculum and moving forward in the way you're teaching students in the 21st century? Or are the roofs more important? Or how do you take care of developing your curriculum and moving forward? So we always talk about that balance, and it is a fine balance because everything costs money and you only have a limited amount of money to do things. But we are here, schools are here to educate students, and you want to try to provide the best learning environment for your students. And that's why we do look at these things. These are just options and areas for curriculum improvement that what came from the discussions with the principals and administration. So besides some of the media centers, that maker spaces, there were STEAM labs discussed, the need for some art rooms, performing arts, more flexible furniture throughout. Again, students are learning differently today. They're not learning in the same environment they did back in the day when probably we all went to school, where you're sitting at a desk in rows and everybody's got to pay attention and you can't move. Students move, they bounce around, they're on their electronics, they're used to not sitting all day long. They need to move and be active. And so developing chairs that you can, and furniture you can quickly move around and do group sessions versus individual learning, maybe even chairs that move and wobble, which you'll see some images of, so that the student is paying attention at their pace. They can't sit still, so they feel better moving. Looked at some of that. One of the other things that we talked a lot about was technology upgrades throughout the district. A big area where we found that we're short in most of the schools was the small group rooms. And that being, the rooms where you're going to teach certain students, and it's not just special needs and it's gifted and talented, it's other breakout programs. So any of those small group rooms, OTPT, those type of spaces that are in need. And again, that doesn't show up in enrollment projections. That's just a need where you're currently using stage or using other areas that are not necessarily designed for those activities. So that was developed, and the other part was some of the classroom sizes. In some of the schools, the classroom sizes are, as you saw, a little bit over what might be state recommended, so you want to look at that and see what options you have to reduce the size across the board, so that you don't have some schools where class sizes are higher and other schools where they're lower. You want to have some sort of balance, and what can you do to address those. So some of the program options you have is looking at redistricting. So if there's an area where schools are maybe a little bit overcrowded and others that are underutilized, is there a way to shift and redistrict to accommodate that? There could be potential grade alignment. Maybe the board wants to look at, we want to have an early childhood center that's pre-K through kindergarten. We want to do 1st through 3rd grade at this school, or 4th and 5th grade at this, however the breakout is. Does it make sense to do a realignment? Again, it's not a recommendation. These are options that the board can look at and potentially consider. If an early childhood center is something the board is passionate about and thinks that learning environment and putting the kindergarten and pre-Ks in a separate building is something that's important, what does that do and what does that look like? Is it an option to just build a new building for an early childhood center, and that frees up classroom space and all the other classrooms to gain those other curriculum spaces that we just talked about, the art rooms and the small group rooms and the OTPT, by pulling some of those classrooms out, and maybe the rest of the schools stay in the same grade alignment? I don't know. These are just thoughts and ideas. Or is it a matter of putting some additions and renovations at each of the schools? What's the impact of building small additions at 7 or 8 locations versus building a new school, or versus realignment or redistricting? Or maybe it's a combination of any of these options, depending on those needs. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the needs and some of the suggestions that came up through these discussions with the administration and principals, and through some of our findings of our walkthroughs. So you have an idea of what we're talking about. And with that, I'll turn it over to Barbara to talk about.
Hi, I think your slides were a little bit out of order, but there were images here of some of the media centers, the STEAM labs and art rooms, early childhood, just inspiration images. These are projects that we had done throughout the state, and we continue to do. I'll go over through some of the programming concept plans. The first one coming up is Allenwood. And again, what you're seeing there in blue is renovations, and these are the media centers that we would renovate to bring it up to the 21st century learning standards. We also have some classrooms that could potentially be repurposed if one of the options would be to move maybe kindergarten or pre-K out of the schools, because again, there is a need for the OT, PT rooms and small group instructional rooms. That's Allenwood. The next one coming up is Central Elementary School. And Central, that is the school that is having the trailers removed, so there is a need to replace those classrooms. We are showing an addition towards the back of the building that would house a classroom, specifically whether it's a Spanish classroom or another type of classroom. That again is your decision. Several small group instructional spaces, and also a teacher's lounge. Also in the Central School, we're looking at, again, upgrading the media center, creating a new space for the OT, PT renovations, and again, potentially having free up some classrooms to be repurposed for other uses. Next up is Old Mill Elementary School. And again, we're just showing the potential of the media center renovation and potentially closing up the bottom portion, the portion underneath the second floor to create a STEAM lab addition, create a maker's lab, innovation lab. And again, if the district policy becomes that every elementary school has one of these, then we have to address it, and we do have the capabilities within the schools to provide those media maker spaces, STEAM labs. The next page after that, this is for West Belmar. Again, we're looking at renovating the media center to bring it to a 21st century learning environment, repurposing, providing a small group instructional space, and again, repurposing one of the general classrooms if the district has potentially moving pre-K out of the schools. Next slide, we have a typical active learning concept, and this is the flexible furniture, and this would be at the elementary school levels. We're showing some images of furniture that can be easily moved, be flexible, some seating that allows kids to kind of maybe bounce around a little bit and move around a little bit. And that would be for the elementary schools, and that could be applied to any to either one of the elementary schools. Next up, we have the Wall Intermediate School, and again, the same concept goes through to the intermediate school, renovating the media center, the library into a media center and potentially a maker's lab. And again, one of the program requirements was tech shop renovation, art room renovation, just to bring it up to date. Media center concept, again, so we're showing a typical media center conversion, if you want to call it a renovation, where you're taking your media center and you're bringing it forward into the current learning environment, creating a media center, a maker space from what is, in this school particular, that's the computer technology rooms, which are, again, the computer technology rooms seem to be outdated going forward just because each child has their own computer, so there is not so much a need for that. But this shows an example, again, some images of what those maker spaces, media centers can look like. And again, next page, we have a typical middle school classroom flexible furniture. And again, showing some images of what those spaces can look like and how the same furniture can be used in two different classrooms in two different ways, how it can be rotated, how it can be moved, giving you that flexibility. The next page after that is the Wall High School. The Wall High School, there were some program, in speaking with the administrators and the principals, there were some needs for expanding the Visual Performing Arts Academy, creating an additional music space, creating additional art rooms, graphic arts renovation, and again, bringing the media center, creating that into a maker space. And so everything you're seeing as a renovation, it's part of that. It's moving some of the business academy classrooms into a consolidated area, freeing up some of those spaces to be used for the Visual Performing Arts Academy, music renovations, and the digital graphics arts room. We're also looking at the cafeteria. There's furniture upgrades, and we have a slide later on showing that. And potentially, one of the big, potentially adding an addition for a black box theater with a dance studio. And you're seeing that on the left of the slide. The next slide shows a typical high school learning classroom, flexible classroom again, flexible furniture geared a little bit more towards the high school level type student. The two images show, the concept plans show the same furniture being utilized in two different ways, and again, flexibility to each of the spaces. The next slide shows the cafeteria. There's a need that was expressed to expand the seating in the cafeteria. So we were able to take the existing space, and just through seating, we were able to provide about 54, 55 additional seats in the cafeteria, along with a serving station type atmosphere. And again, there's some inspiration images around that, around the concept plan. And the last portion of the programming was the current operations building. There was a need for an athletic field house, and so we're taking the operations building, which is now used for maintenance, and basically turning that into a potential field house, which has locker rooms, a team room, officials room, and a meeting area. And that again, that's just within the existing space right now. And I will turn it over to Maurice or Justin.
Thank you. With regards to sustainability, there are options for solar system, photovoltaic. It would be depending on which schools that we would have most of the roofs replaced. Usually with solar, it goes in conjunction with a roof replacement or a recoating. Most of the other schools, there were the EPDM replacements, so it would definitely go in there, and then there would be a good candidate. There's also a LGEA audit. It's a local government agency audit. It's a free program that is used for a lot of facilities just to assess energy usage to see where things are. And another big ticket item would be a lot of the LED lighting would be upgraded for most of the schools, site lighting and a lot of the interior lighting. With regards to the mechanical system, a lot of the equipment is just getting near its end. As far as the rooftop units, a lot of those will be replaced. There's unit ventilator upgrades also within most of the schools, and a lot of boiler room upgrades. On the electrical side, some of the electrical panels are at the, and a lot of them were from the original construction, so they will be replaced. There's some stage theatrical lighting that will be upgraded. Also, fire alarm systems too will be upgraded. As for the plumbing, there's a limited number of drinking fountains that are a little antiquated, and they would have to be replaced, just to water cooler stations, for example. And there's gas piping replacement on most of the roofs.
So, as you can see, this is just a summary of all the different things that we found, high level. There's a lot more detail, a lot more specifics that we looked at. And it really comes down to, from a building usage standpoint, what is most critical, where you're getting the most calls, what's the biggest ticket item that you might want to address first that you can't do, out of the normal budget, and how do you address those issues? And then where you stand on sustainability, if that's something that's important to the district, what are those items and how the options are paying for them, as well as the programming needs. So we showed kind of a combination of things on a plan, but the district may just make a I don't know, a resolution that the board is going to move forward with renovating spaces to bring in 21st century media centers, maker labs, STEAM labs, if that's something the board is important about. If that's what's passionate to the board, then that's a decision you can make, and you address that at all the schools. If not, maybe it's just, let's focus on the SGI rooms and the OTPT spaces and make sure we can teach the kids in the numbers that we need. What are the options, and what is the board's take? And that's kind of where you need to have some further discussions, come back to us, and then we can help with the next phase of that. And so with the next phases are, how do you finance these projects? And it's going to depend on what projects we're talking about, right? So it's really unknown at this point, but there are some things that might be able to be done out of your annual budget. Some of the more higher priority items that you say you've got X number of dollars that you're going to spend a year, and you're just going to start tackling these items. Maybe it's things that are not generally fundable by the state that you do out of your state budget, out of your annual budget, because if you're going to maybe potentially look at a referendum down the road to cover things, the referendum, you could potentially be eligible for 40% funding. So if something is not eligible for 40% funding, that could be, okay, our annual budget, these are important, but these are items that aren't fundable, so let's tackle those out of the budget, and let's put the things in the referendum that you're going to get 40% funding for. So you have to sort of go through and prioritize, and then we can have more detailed discussions where I can come back to you and say, that's fundable, that's not, this is likely, this isn't, and what does that mix look like? There's also the option of a 5-year lease. So there might be projects that you say, okay, maybe they're not fundable, but you can't really afford them out of, or they're not eligible for funding on debt service aid, but they're something that you can't afford out of a budget, but you want to do all of this at one time. You could potentially do a 5-year lease and then pay for it over 5 years. So you have 5 budget cycles to put away for that. And then there's obviously is the referendum, depending on how much you put into a referendum and what debt you have coming off and how that relates to a tax impact or not. You want to analyze those numbers. But generally, the more items you can put in the referendum that's eligible for debt service aid, the less the tax impact would be, or potentially can balance it to be neutral. The other option we mentioned regarding energy savings projects would be an ESIP, Energy Savings Improvement Plan, where you definitely would want to include your lighting, because that's one of your biggest energy savings, possibly solar. So depending on if you can get the roofs done, as Maurice mentioned, you could potentially add more solar. And then there's options on how to put that together and package it so that essentially with those energy plans, energy savings plans, whatever the project is, if you have $1 million worth of projects, you have to show that you're going to have the savings to pay for those. So it's still bonded similarly, where you would take out a 15-year bond, and let's say your payment is $200,000 a year for that 15 years. You would need to save at least $200,000 a year from your energy savings, and that money that you're saving in energy just goes and pays the bond. And that's how it's a zero tax impact. It doesn't require voter approval, and it does not impact the taxpayers. It's just taking money from one line item to another for that period of time to cover the bond. So regarding solar, there are different ways you can incorporate solar, either by a standalone project or as part of an ESIP. If you do it as part of an ESIP, you could capitalize on all the savings the solar brings and, again, increase the amount of projects you can do. And you can do that by either purchasing the solar panels directly, which, in all honesty, if you're going to do it direct just by itself, is not going to pay for itself in as much time as you probably would like to pay for those energy projects. If you did it as part of a referendum, you can, and roof-mounted, you could potentially get 40% funding for the roof-mounted solar. Now you can take those savings and potentially use those savings for the ESIP, and then it starts to make sense. Or you can do what's called a power purchase agreement, where you don't lay anything out for the solar. You bid it to a company that's basically leasing your roof, for lack of a better word, and they'll pay for everything up front. And if you're paying, let's say, 10 cents a kilowatt hour for your electric, they'll reduce, let's say they save you the 10 cents, because they're putting solar in its place. They may charge you 5 cents. So you're still saving 5 cents, but you're paying them 5 cents, and that's what pays off the solar. So you're saving something, you're just not saving as much as if you were able to do it by yourself under a 40% scenario. Either way, the savings that you create from the solar could be used in the ESIP scenario to help get more projects. So if you wanted to include rooftop units, some mechanical equipment, electric panels, whatever the higher priority items, you can see how much of that you can fit in to that type of project, if that's something the board wants to consider. So again, there's a lot of options out there. There's a lot of information that we talked about. There's just some discussion that the board has to have as far as what the priorities are, what numbers you're looking to do, and how you're looking to fund them, and then I can certainly help provide some guidance in moving that forward. So with that, you know, I thank you for your time, and I wanted to see if there's any specific questions the board has at this time.
I have a question, a couple questions. You mentioned some themes that come up a couple times at the various schools, media center, obviously, and OT/PT rooms. Were they mentioned at every school through like a data survey of some sort, or just through interviews with the principals and staff, or is that just thematic stuff that you've seen in other schools that you've just included across the board for all our elementary schools?
So we distributed a survey to all of the schools, a questionnaire, so to speak, and it's pretty consistent with the feedback we received at all the schools.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is you mentioned a primary learning center a couple times and an athletic field house. Was that just secondary, you know, recommendations of principals and leaders within the buildings?
No, it's just an option for if you have space within your school, and you need space within your school, rather than maybe putting an addition on each school to accommodate some of these spaces.
Right.
What if you pulled out some of the grades? What grades would they look like? What would they be? It doesn't have to be early child. It could be any of them. It could be any combination. But that's where a lot of school districts do have an early childhood center where pre-K and their kindergarten are together, and that frees up a couple of classrooms at each of the schools. So that's all. That's just an option that came out of trying to find ways to accommodate the needs.
Thank
I have a question. And this actually is for Dr. Leeson. Right now, currently with curriculum, we have primary as an AM, PM session. Is there any movement? Some districts are moving towards longer hours for, you know, their students who are in pre-K. Are we heading in that direction? Is there been talks about that?
Well, we're not currently in talks, but one of the, you know, as Steve said, you know, when we're looking at all these various options with trying to free up space, if one of those options that the board discusses is an early learning center involving pre-K, one of the options there could be to move to a full-day, tuition-based, you know, revenue-generating preschool, rather than the program we have now, which has approximately 54 students, usually a half-day program. In some cases, it might be 5 hours, but, you know, depending on the IEP. So that's an option when we're looking at, a lot of districts do that with their early learning centers to sort of offset some of that cost to create revenue as a full-day preschool. And, you know, that would also be based upon community survey data. How many of our preschool parents are sending their children to a full-day preschool? And if we're offering that in district, is that something that they would want to see? Okay,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Just one thing to clarify too, when you're looking at multiple additions, back to that question, the additions are not necessarily always funded the same way that renovations. So if you could renovate within your space, media centers happens to be one of those areas where we can capture space in most schools. You're more likely to get the full 40% funding. The way the additions work, if you have unhoused students, or you can prove that you have unhoused students and needs, they would still give you up to 40% funding, but the funding formula is based on $143 per square foot. They cap it at that number. These renovations or additions are generally $350, $375 a square foot. That number, I think, is probably 30 years old in the DOE regulations. It hasn't been updated in that long a period of time. So while you get 40% of the eligible cost, your eligible cost is a third or less of what the actual cost of the building is. So you're not really realizing the full 40%. In some cases, if you get the funding, it might be 5-6%, somewhere in that range. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at options for renovating versus all, you know, additions and so forth.
So you're saying we get less money with renovations?
No.
Opposite.
The
Okay.
opposite.
Thank you.
Questionnaire, there was the feedback from the building principals, thank you, that in all the spaces, there's some common themes, one being the STEAM labs, the makerspace, and how can they be incorporated into the buildings. And it sounds like the media centers that we have are out of date. So that's a renovation, and that would probably be, from a baseline, what we could do in all the buildings, which has nothing to do with capacity. It's just better utilizing the space we have. But, you know, that's only one aspect of it. And then it doesn't address the issue, or the other issue that the buildings were expressing is they don't have enough space. So the next question would be is how can we create space just for, you know, as the demographer indicated, like, you know, there's certain schools that are being fully utilized right now, and we have OT and PT being serviced on a stage, or you know, they're sharing spaces, and other staff are like putting in cubbies within the building. So they're looking for space to be created. So then the next phase of that is how do we create space? I know we've talked about redistricting, you know, to address the issue of perhaps overcrowding in one school compared to another, but that doesn't create space within, you know, and I'm really just talking about the elementary schools. It doesn't create space within the buildings. You know, that just addresses, you know, a particular issue at one school, unless we're doing an all four school redistricting, which doesn't seem to be the issue in our district. So, you know, how do you create space? The other possible ways is you do a grade realignment, a grade reconfiguration, which really doesn't create space, or it doesn't increase the capacity of the schools, because you still have the same number of rooms multiplied by the preferred number of students per classroom, but it allows us to better utilize the space that we have when you're limiting like grades to only 2 schools as opposed to 4 schools. Like theoretically, like if we had one school would be the best model for utilizing all our space. Like, does that make sense to everybody, as opposed to having 4 schools? So like to give an example, like if you have 2 schools and you know your preferred number of students per classroom is 20 students per classroom, and the school has 50 students and the other school B has 50 students, well, you can't have 25 per class, so you can end up with 3 sections in each school. So now you have a total of 6 sections, where if all of that grade was in one building, you would have 100 students, and you'd have 20 students per class. You would have 5 sections. So you gain a classroom, you gain space in order to repurpose it to cover the OT, the PT, but it doesn't really give you more capacity because you still only have 6 classrooms. But it allows better utilization. So even though you're increasing capacity, you're freeing up space within the buildings by going to that model. The only other 2 ways really to create space is either to add additions to all buildings or to some buildings that need the space perhaps more than others. That would probably require redistricting as well. And then the third one would be is if you did construct a new building, an early learning center, primary school would be housed there along with kindergarten. That frees up space in all the buildings, because as much as the demographer has projected that our enrollment's really not going to change that much. Again, we're only factoring in one housing development with the COA. Now, if the board's okay with that, then we can move forward and we're set for the next 5 years. But when we're factoring in, or we're considering a referendum as one of the funding sources, we need to look well beyond 5 years. So, because it's going to be the length of this referendum. Is it going to be a 15-year referendum, a 20-year, a 25? You know, before the district is really going to want to consider doing another referendum dependent on growth patterns. So this is an opportunity for the district. I just want to throw that out there as where the options came up as, you know, the rationale for them. Because, you know, we're talking about a fixed dollar amount. You know, if you want a flat tax rate, we're going to have a fixed dollar amount that what we would be able to put out in a referendum. So we're going to have to make decisions. Is that the number? And we're going to have to work the, you know, facility assessment and the programs into that number, and then look at the other funding opportunities to fund other parts of the project, being the annual school budget, an ESIP. And when we say annual school budget, we would say an annual school budget with other grants and clean energy and other incentive programs to try to get funding. But, you know, these, I think what Steve's trying to say is, okay, here we are, we have identified all the needs, here's some possible solutions, and although they have attributed cost estimates to the different facility needs and as well as to some of the program suggestion or program ideas, you know, before trying to identify those numbers, because they may be set up right now as tier 1, 2, and 3, where maybe we want to arrange the cost estimates per the funding source. This is annual budget, this is going to be referendum, and this is going to be ESIP. You know, so that we can structure the numbers better or identify certain parameters that the board's interested in and not interested in. If we're not interested in redistricting, then we need to remove that off the table, or a grade reconfiguration. Well, then we don't need to look into that further because that would be necessary. Or if a new early learning center or some type of building to create space is not the solution, well, then we should take it off the table, and then we're going to have to figure out a different way than to create space within the buildings. And that, if that's additions, the grade reconfiguration, or, hey, we're meeting the need right now. The numbers aren't significantly different over the 5 years, so let's use those funding sources to do the STEAM, the makerspace renovations, not really creating space, and take care of the facility condition assessment, and then we'll see what happens with the with housing, and cross that bridge when we come to it.
Are we going to get a list? Are we going to get a list out of this so we can prioritize?
A list of the
How do we
projects
know
with
about
funds.
referendums and all these other things when we don't even have a priority list on the projects? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I
don't know.
I believe we did get one when they did the first presentation. That was everything minus the programs. My question
He
would
just
be-
mentioned ceilings that are 100 years old. Is that on a priority list? Did we discuss that? Do we know that these ceilings got to get fixed first before we worry about space?
Well, that's an entirely different point that I do agree with you on, that although it's called priority or program needs, they're not program needs, they're program wants at this point. At least my feeling is we got to focus on our priority 1 and 2 for referendum stuff. And if anything, if we're doing program improvements, you know, regardless of the fact, and this is no offense to our administration in place, we can't make any program decisions without a new superintendent in place. Because it's really going to be up to them to steer what those program wants are going to be. But regardless of the administration, we know we're going to need boilers. We know we're going to need roofs. We know we're going to need those things. So I think we start there, focus on them. They're the ones that are going to take probably the most time to figure out how to structure the financing for, because there's so many programs out there. When we get somebody new on board, then we start, you know, plugging away at all the program things, and you know, that's my professional opinion too, you know, as a facilities person.
And Adam, can I add to that, though? You know, we've been going to all of the buildings, you and I, and definitely the lighting and sustainability and the exteriors of the buildings, the lots, even the walkways, I mean, they're not in good condition. And these are things that, you know, you'd hope they would be done prior to them getting to the condition they are now, but they should be part of that priorities list. I do have concerns, though, that we don't start discussing what some of those priorities are for program, regardless of the leadership, because the trends are the trends for education. And we do have principals and supervisors who do add a lot to that input. They're the ones that are there in the buildings. They're the ones that are there at the curricular meetings across the state and nationally. They know. And with regards to the flexibility of spaces, we have seen in the buildings where people are crunched and there's double usage and this and that. And it would be great to see those things which they are making work not be so challenged by making it work, if you understand what I'm saying. It shouldn't be that way. Furnishing is a big issue too, and I don't know where that figures into. I mean, some of the furniture is in horrendous condition, and I will even go to the point that it's not consistent from classroom to classroom. And, you know, when you first go to a facility, you start from the outside in. And even though that's not really where the learning takes place, the point I'm trying to make is that I want the students and staff in our school district to feel good about where they're going and how, you know, they're spending their day. And they do. They really do. To the credit of the maintenance department, they keep these buildings spotless. And I sound like a broken record, but we've been scrubbing stuff that is 75 to 100 years old. It's, you know, I like that you used the term that it's outlived its, you know, its life, shelf life, if you will. But I don't think we should totally cut off the discussions on program.
Let me respond to that, because I agree with you. Let me clarify what my statements were specifically. With regards to a referendum, we're going to need a long-range facilities plan. We're going to need to start looking at things over the long term. And, you know, it was brought up before, if we're putting in Maker Labs or these other programs-based things, programs' lifespans seem to be a lot shorter. So if we're going to be focusing our funds, especially within a referendum, that's going to be bonded for 20 or 25 years, I would prefer that we're not spending it on something that may only have a lifespan of 10 or 15 years. So that's where these longer-term roofs, windows are just basic facility stuff. I think those funds need to be focused, just, you know, time frame, and it's a big-ticket item. I mean, if we're getting 40% back, you know, are we going to put it on furniture or are we going to put it on a roof? You know, we can pay for furniture out of some other funding source. I mean, we could still put it in the long-range facilities plan and pull out of capital funds in certain cases. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But, you know, I'm speaking strictly from a referendum standpoint.
Cheryl, can I ask you a question?
Before we go, sorry, I just want to clarify with regard to the comments on the prioritized list. When we had the first part of the presentation on the facility condition assessment, we did have, everything was a prioritized list, and we had priority 1, 2, and 3, and they were all identified. One of the, you know, feedback from the Board of Education was, you know, the concern was that numbers were being identified. And it's early on in the process, there's cost estimates, and they were big numbers, and that we need at this stage stay away from the numbers. So they do have itemized cost estimates for all the items included in these, you know, these slides, so that, you know, the maker space at this particular school, this is what it's going to cost. But, you know, and we have that available to us for starting to put together budgets based on either it's going to be, you know, these are the priorities or these are the, you know, the programs that we're looking to include. And it would vary depending on, you know, the different scenarios that are available. Are we talking additions, just renovations? Would it be possible in an early learning center, or are we just looking to do a grade reconfiguration? So those individual line item numbers would get grouped together depending on how we move forward in the process. But as Adam indicated, we could utilize the referendum for 100% the facility improvements, you know, just on the facility
How do
condition
we
assessment.
do that if we don't know the priority list? How do we know if we're going to do ceilings first, if we're going to do a safety thing with the sidewalks outside the school? How do we know that? I don't know it.
Well, they were identified in the priorities as tier 1, 2, and 3, which, like health and safety.
It's in very general. I'm talking about an exact
No, the list was very specific. It said tier 1, sidewalks at the high school front entrance, you know, blacktop in the student paving, $500,000. That was there. That is available for the program as well for when we're gonna package things together. But this is, again, the broad brush and, more conceptual, how to address it. If the ideas, like Adam's indicating, things that are programmatic, we're not gonna be looking to address in this referendum, we're gonna look at a different funding source in the next couple years, well then, okay, we're gonna focus and we're gonna package based on the facility condition assessment needs. We have all the information we need for that. That's what they were asked to provide. Then we would put that together. But if we're looking to say, well, we want a balance, certain, and we could look at it in more detail from the facility condition. These are the things we want to include in the annual school budget, again, because some of them aren't going to qualify for debt service aid. So it doesn't benefit us to put it in a referendum. It would be, we'd receive zero aid, whether it was in the annual budget or in a referendum. So maybe it makes sense to put them there based on the, like a health and safety priority basis as well. But again, are we, like looking at the buildings from the program side, are we just looking to renovate space and not the idea of a referendum or capital improvements for, the purchasing of the furniture, but in physical renovations that would need to be done to accommodate these spaces now as STEAM labs? That would be part of, that part of it could be in a referendum.
Let me just interject here. Our first round of debt would roll off in 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so it's 2020 now. So if we were gonna identify projects and go out, we would have, is it beginning of 2022, middle of 22?
Well, it would be in that budget year. So what you'd want to do, like, and ideally, if you had a referendum next, in the December of 2020 or January or March of 2021, that would be really the earliest you'd want to go out. But the timing would have to be the spring of 21 or probably December of 21, so that, and there's, again, it's going to have to get into more discussion with the board when it comes to budget, because you can structure your debt payments to, just like your mortgage payments. You can pay more now to shorten the debt period.
Well, let me show you where I'm going with this. This would be something that as we get closer to, right now we're just getting general overall information. We're going to start distilling it down. We would need to make this a priority as a board sometime over the summer, and I'm asking, not saying, after we get through superintendent search, after we get through at least the initial budget season, at least have this in the back of our heads and have some of this information available in case we do want to do any capital projects going into next year at a capital reserve. But we really need to pound away at this once we get through this initial stage in beginning of the year. I mean, is that a fair assessment?
Well, I think from a timeline standpoint, if we wanted to have a referendum in January, and I'm not suggesting we do this, we would have to have direction to the architect in March of this year. Are we looking at like a 9-month?
Yeah, it depends on what the projects are, right? Again, that's why we're trying to get a sense for what the board's priority is. If it's strictly roofs, windows, boilers, building envelope, yeah, 9 months prior. What happens is we have to submit to the Department of Education 6 months prior to the referendum. So if it's a January referendum, we got to submit, what's that, July, right? So we need probably 3 months because we have to put all the drawings together, all the applications together to make those submissions. If you're talking about additions and new buildings, things like that, we probably need a little bit more time because it's more involved. We also then have to include what's called educational specifications. So we then have to write up what's included in all those spaces, and we have to try to justify the need for the department. So there is more time with that. I would caution to not wait too long because you don't want to be in a situation where you miss that window and the debt falls off, because then anything you do is a tax impact after that. So I personally would recommend that the discussions of the priorities of the board start happening now so that there's planning in place. And again, if the priorities are, we want to take care of the building envelope and maybe what's that look like? Let's take care of the building envelope and the HVAC systems, and then let's look at, saying some, site work you mentioned, maybe that's a priority. And then if there is some programming priorities, maybe it's just limited to what can we do in the media centers and capture some space, and if we can get a STEAM lab or a maker space in each building, or we get the extra OTPT, SGI room, what does that look like? And then we can come back and say, okay, based on that, here's the cost for that option, and here's ways to fund it. So it's just, that's why we're talking high level now, because there are all these prices. There's literally, 40 pages of budgets and line items, and it really just is gonna overwhelm you to see, and we can share it, but it's overwhelming to put it all together and say, okay, there's $200 million worth of work, and oh my God, what are we doing? Because it's not, you're not gonna put that much in, and depending on what you put in and pull out, there's numbers and options within that. And so as Brian mentioned, whatever we pull out, if there's something can go in an ESIP, well, it could be for $4 million in an ESIP. It could be, a plan that we take, maybe the site work is you take $500,000 a year and pick your worst schools and just keep chipping away, because that's something that's probably not fundable by the state. So maybe that's something that goes and you just budget, and the board agrees every year we're gonna put away $500,000 in the budget to do site work, and we're gonna pick whatever schools are the priority and start here and work our way in the next 5 years and try to get through the high priority site work. So there's that kind of discussion. You have to just figure out what really is the plan, and then we can come back with options, with numbers and things like that. Does that make sense?
So my question is, I think what Ken's trying to get at is, what you're suggesting is something that I would support, but we would need a list to say, this is what the schools that need site work, and this is what site work needs to be done at each school, to prepare a list for us to start chipping away at this one, that one, that one, that one, that one. I think what he's getting at is, and if we got this, I apologize, I don't remember saying it.
Yeah, we can
Detail.
recirculate it. We can send it back to you.
Well,
Yeah, it would have been.
It's like the first month we were on,
So,
Joe.
no, you didn't get it.
I didn't get it.
It was on the 22nd.
All right, because
It was
I
the
was
board
gonna,
meeting that it was-
okay,
it
because
was
I
discussed.
remember I didn't say, because I would have, that's something I would have looked for.
October.
Okay.
Well, we now have things updated, so we'll talk and get that back out to you.
Just to kind of throw it out here, because this is, workshop meeting, right? So the idea is for all of us to kind of like throw our thoughts out there and then have it all be jumbled around. So in terms of my thoughts on this, number one, I think we should have either a subcommittee or some type of, panel or something like that that can, meet with you guys on a semi-frequent basis, gather information from the board. We get the list, we circle this, circle that, we, establish all of the needs, right? So like the fencing, right? Is that fencing all around the entire properties? Is it in a portion of the properties? Those are things that I think that, we need to bring those questions and to have, a subcommittee, designed specifically to do that. Please don't put me on that subcommittee. I have too many committees right now. Second thing is, in terms of, when we listen to the demographic studies and we look at the different schools, and we say, hey, Central's kind of at a limit here, and Allenwood's at a limit here, and I know you guys have, some ideas of the Early Learning Center and different things like that. I would kind of think that maybe we would want to look at where the possible COA housing would be and how that would affect it. Now, to my mind, I believe most of that's Allenwood and Central, which is, the way we're districted now. And even if we sliced a pie and said, okay, you guys are going over to, West Belmar now or whatever it is, I still think, just from my feeling in terms of where kids go to school from the elementary level, which is really where it's mainly important right now. We've sort of established that the intermediate school is to some degree okay, and the high school is to some degree okay as well. I see a little bit on here for Old Mill for additions. I see a little bit for Central. I see nothing on Allenwood. Those are things that I think we might want to give you in terms of at least my feedback, and if anybody else agrees with me, they can say, yeah, like, you're here or whatever, and we can raise it up to the committee, Ralph. And then the only other thing that I would say is, looking through here, and again, these are workshop meetings, right? So we're all digging into this stuff, and we have time to digest it and sort of give you what's coming up to our mind. I mean, I see Old Mill has a steam room, right? A steam lab, I'm sorry, steam lab. I'm sure they have a steam room as well. That'll be nice. And a sauna. But if I look at, you know, West Belmar, I mean, and I don't know whether the general classroom or that student group, you know, instructional, I don't see the STEAM lab there, right? So when I think about the equity of the district and different things like that, you know, I don't want to see, you know, parents from Allenwood going, yo, why don't we got a STEAM lab over here, you know, or people from West Belmar saying, hey, what's going on here? How come Old Mill's the only one, right? So I think that would be something that, you know, would be important to, you know, to phrase and, you know, to, you know, identify, at least, again, in my opinion. And if we're going to add on to Central, or we're going to add on to Allenwood, right, then I would think in those, you know, additions want to have something, you know, situated for the STEAM lab, right? If we're building, we might, you know, and you know, and it's space, right, in the end, right? So to your point, Adam, when you're saying, hey, I don't want to look at stuff that's, you know, in the trend for 5 years or 10 years, I mean, space in the building is a trend that goes on, you know, infinitely, right? So 50 years from now, whether that's a STEAM lab or whether it's, you know, some type of virtual reality learning center or whatever it is, we're going to be able to use that space a little bit better. And I think when I look at the town and where stuff will be built, I think that I think it gravitates to those schools. There's more area up, you know, around Central School in that area, I think, that's going to, you know, be where houses are going to be built, or where, you know, apartment complexes are going to be built. And also, you know, and they kind of congregate, like, you know, sort of in that central Allenwood meeting point right there. Whereas you look at, you know, West Belmar is a little bit more closely knit in terms of properties. I mean, you look at, you know, the Old Mill area, it's a little bit more closely knit. There's not a whole bunch of space where they're going to be, you know, building, you know, massive, you know, neighborhoods and different things like that. So those are my thoughts.
So I think in joining the board, you know, there was obviously challenges presented to us as a board, and this is just, you know, on the list of a couple $1 billion worth of things that need to be fixed and added to and so on. So I think from being in the world of fundraising and running a lot of capital campaigns where these type of projects are done for nonprofits and schools that are private schools, I think it would be foolish to consider only the things that need to be done without incorporating things that are nice to haves as well for marketing purposes. So I just put that out there for consideration. It's really difficult to pitch financial projects just to fix the boilers and windows. While I don't disagree that they're necessary, I just think it's part of the process that we have to consider. So if I'm misreading what you were saying, then I apologize, but I just think that's important to get out there. So Cheryl, in terms of OTPT, if I'm looking at elementary school estimates from our super mathematician demographer that was here, we have about 400 and some kids per school. Is there an estimate that you could give per school of about how many kids are needing OT and PT on a daily basis or a weekly basis? Is that a fair question, or is it all over the place?
It's a little bit all over the place because it depends on the needs of particular students. So in a building that has more self-contained classrooms for multiply disabled, autism, et cetera, there's going to be a higher need for OT and PT than in a building that does not have specialized programs. And the way we are currently operating, we have a couple of schools that are more, the programs that they have serve students from all over the district, and they are heavier in that regard. So Old Mill in particular, Allenwood, while Central has OT and PT, they don't have as many students who require those services. All of the buildings have students that require speech and other related services. But the the need for the type of equipment that you have in an OT and PT room would be specific to the students who are currently attending that school.
And the square footage then too, right?
Correct.
Right.
So, as our architects have mentioned at the Old Mill School, OT and PT is currently on the stage. And that is an approved dual use of that space that's been approved by the county. In Allenwood, the principal was able to carve out a section of the media center to use for OT and PT, and that decision was in part tied to the fact that there's a couple of students in wheelchairs, and that was the only part of the building that would be accessible to those students who needed OT and PT. So a lot of the decisions that are being made about what space is available to use for a purpose other than what it might have originally been intended is based on the emergent needs of the students who are attending the school at that time.
Gotcha.
Okay?
And then in terms of media centers, I believe the intermediate school has somewhat of a retrofitted media center. Is that correct?
It does.
Okay.
The intermediate school and the high school have, the high school to a lesser degree than the intermediate school has some new furniture, more attractive seating. The intermediate school does have a bit of a maker space that they were able to do using a grant from Ocean First. They also had a grant this past year to expand the robotics. But to get to a point that was made earlier, one of our considerations in discussing program needs with the architects was that we're not going to have, a fancy maker space in one elementary school and not in all four. So while it might not be explicit in the drawings that you're looking at and with the renovations, that was something that we said would need to be a district-wide decision. So if the board is in favor of that at some point when you are moving forward with some of your program decisions, that is a consideration. We did look at whether or not we would free up significant space by changing the configuration of the schools. So if you partnered schools, for example, and had two elementaries that were K2 and two elementaries that were 3-5. What would that look like? Would it free up any space? Because when you have more sections of a grade level located in a building, it might do that. Because of the size of the buildings, it led to more problems than solutions. So it would be possible to free up a couple of classrooms at Old Mill and at Central, depending on how you partnered schools. But what we ended up with was one school being a K1, another school being a K2, one school being a 3-5, and the fourth school being a 2-5. So depending on where you live, your child might attend a K1 building or maybe would attend a K2 building. And again, depending on where you were districted, your child might go to a 2-5 building or a 3-5 building. Doing that, having those 4 different configurations freed up the most amount of space, but it leads to other complexities, as you can imagine. 6 years ago, the district made a decision to go to full-day kindergarten. If you went back to half-day kindergarten, you'd free up 6.5 classrooms. But that's a huge shift, right? So once you have full-day kindergarten, to say to your community, we can no longer have that luxury. Kindergarten is not required, right? By New Jersey Administrative Code, we have to educate children from the time they are 6 years old, not from the time that they are 5 years old. But once you have a kindergarten, I don't know of any school districts in New Jersey that don't, And certainly, once you have a full-day kindergarten, that's a major step backwards to say that we can no longer afford to do that. You'd probably free up more than 6.5 classrooms because some folks would decide to send their children to private kindergarten in order to continue to have that full-day experience, that full-day curriculum. So, administratively, we have been discussing, are there other solutions that we're missing here? But each of those solutions brings additional complexities. If you separate out grade levels, then you also start talking about different busing issues, whether or not you're going to be able to meet the transportation needs of the district with the number of buses that we currently have, and you're sending, kids all over town. So it's not easy.
No, understood. Just last point, in terms of deciding all this, my lens is student impact, and is it possible to get some kind of assessment report or data around the impact of the media center retrofits and the STEAM labs that we have, just to give us some basis? I understand the general gist of it, but is there some kind of data that we can say we've done more of this, the kids have gotten more math and science because of it, they're collaborating, whatever we can do to help kind of steer where those spaces have the most impact on the kids' curricular experiences? Because I think our overall purpose in doing any of this is the most flexible space as possible, because we don't know in 10 years where the next trend is going, as somebody else had said, or a couple people have said. So I would like to just, while I understand, having worked in schools, why they're valuable, what has been our impact and what has been our success rate with the changes that we've made up to this point, if it's possible?
Well, there's more than one way to measure success.
True, so I would leave it up to you to
So
come
there's
up with
probably
solutions.
qualitative data that we would have at this point, since it's only a couple of years since we've had these retrofits, more than actual quantitative analysis of test scores and things like that. But I know Dr. Gleason has done some work with the CTAC committee and has some focus groups with students, so she might be able to lend some
Thank you.
knowledge in that area.
I think that, like Mrs. Dyer said, mostly we would get qualitative data and perceptual data from talking to teachers, and I think it would be pretty positive about the spaces that we currently have. From a practical standpoint, having STEM or STEAM labs, one aspect of that is that there's usually more expensive equipment, 3D printers, flexible seating is usually always a part of STEAM and STEM labs. So while we want students, and the standards actually require that students have this integration of science and technology and engineering design principles, while we'd like to see that in every single classroom, I don't know that it's practical from a financial standpoint to say that we can fund that in every classroom, where a makerspace becomes sort of a central location in the school, and through scheduling, all students can have access to those resources and have equipment and those kinds of flexible seating. So in terms of, how are we using them now, I think here at the intermediate school is a good example where we've had, its own space in the media center that can be enlarged. I think a maker space and a STEM lab don't have to necessarily be a space. They have to be an environment where students have resources, they have time, they have equipment, and they have guidance for these kinds of integrated subject areas. So I think that we have to have equity across buildings, and Chris, you asked about that, it doesn't specify it necessarily in the plans, but I know when we looked at them, what's nice is in West Belmar, ironically, that actually has the most flexible space for what could be almost one of the larger STEM spaces, because the computer lab is part of that space. And then there's also in the plans that the architects put together some flexible space that I think you designated as ESL rooms. That could be small group instruction rooms, and then you still have the media center, which is underutilized. So that's, and I believe those rooms connect the computer room into the media center.
The media center concept layout that's in the pamphlet is West Belmar.
Right.
That is the school. That does have the maker space.
So it does, I don't think it specifies makerspace in there, right. but it does have that. So every school would have that opportunity and have that kind of flexible space. I think the other thing that we need to think about is we've always had buildings where everyone has a computer room when we had fixed computers and desktop computers. But most of the buildings, if not all of them, have gone to more Chrome technology where the computers are really just Chrome boxes. And we have one-to-one devices across the building. Now, they're not one-to-one Chromebooks, that's at grades 2 through 5, but we have iPads and we have other devices at the lower grade level. So if kids have devices in their classrooms, is that another space, the tech room, that we should be looking at, which is an existing space, and should we be sort of reimagining what that space looks like, because kids have mobile devices now. So I think we have a few different ways we can look at existing space and how we can be really creative there.
If I can just add to that, because I think that's a good point, which you were talking about, but the plans are, like I said, they're not designed to any specificity. It's just, these are spaces that can potentially be captured, and here's some spaces that we heard through these surveys that might be needed in here. But if the board then says, and the district makes the decision, that STEAM labs are important at the elementary school levels, so now we're tasked with, what does that look like? And let's come up with a design concept at each school. We didn't do that. We said, here's some spaces and here's what could fit this school and so forth based on information. Same thing with the media centers. What does that look like? Do we incorporate maker spaces to there? If that's the determination of the board, that requires a lot more thought, because now it's every district uses STEAM, STEM, maker spaces differently. You know, is maker spaces a series of Legos and pieces that get put together? Is it robotics? Is it, you know, what does that look like? And maybe it's different for the grade levels, which clearly it gets more advanced as you get into the high school levels. But STEAM could be as simple as you have a science classroom, a math classroom, an engineering classroom. You have the spaces all connected, you know, art. And then there's a collaboration room that's just in that same area that you can say, okay, we're going to do a group project today, so you have somebody from the art and somebody from technology and somebody, and they all go in that collaboration room that, you know, it's this glass room that the teachers can still see in them and watch them do group projects. And then they take turns moving around by grouping the spaces together. So that could merely be just opening up space and creating this collaboration room somehow within a space, and not necessarily adding 4 new spaces, you know what I mean? So if you could just reposition or figure out, like we did that just in Hazlitt, where we had an end of the hallway, and that's one of the examples in here, the STEAM labs, that we took, there's a math classroom here, and we put floor-to-ceiling marker boards in the math classroom, and they're writing formulas all the way up the wall, and it's pretty amazing to see that. And then you have the science lab right next door. The art room was moved across the hall, and then you have technology. So they're designing something in this technology room on their computers, and then they're building stuff in the art room and putting together, and they're trying to figure out how it's going to work with the sciences and doing some calculations, and so they put this together, and there's a group that gets together and makes these projects. And so they go all day long between individual learning and group learning and working together, somebody who's more driven. So it really depends. That level of discussion hasn't happened. It was just, is this something we want? Because we heard it from a few of the surveys, and how does that look? But it's really a decision that has to be made at this level to say, yes, we want this, some type of this program or not. You know, is it just how we're doing it now, and we find a spot and we do the best we can in a corner of a room, on a stage, on, you know, whatever the case may be. So there's a lot that has to be done if this is going to progress.
Okay, this is the last thing I'm going to say, I hope tonight about this. And this is, I want to do all this. I really do want to do all this. But this is the catch-22 we're kind of stuck in right now. And this kind of goes to Russell's point, where you want to put something in there for everyone in order to get buy-in from everyone. And normally I would agree, but looking at the 2 different pots we're trying to do it out of, or 3 different, depending on how you look at it, within the budget, as we look at a referendum versus doing it out of our capital reserve and budgeting that money on a year-over-year basis, we got to go out for a vote. And people, we're not trying to voluntarily have them give us their money. No, this is a tax increase from debt that's falling off. So we have to be conscious, and I've watched it happen with referendums in other districts, and I'm sure I'm not the only person in here, that we have critical needs, and then we add on a STEAM lab here, or a turf field there, or some other perceived want out there in the public that tanks the whole thing, and then we don't have our critical needs and our wants. So with regards to how to structure something like this, and this is where it becomes a catch-22, do we take it and put it into a referendum and go out to the voters and say, well, these are the critical needs we need, and at the same time with our capital reserve money, put it towards our STEAM labs, and then go out to the public and say, hey, well, we need these critical needs, and they go, well, you've been spending your money on STEAM labs or maker spaces. This is why, you know, I'm not against this in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I want to do it all, but I'm trying to be conscious of the fact that we have to go out to the public and ask for a vote on this. And they need to see that we're responsibly handling that money and those funds with everything taken into account. I'm not saying that we're not doing, you know, one thing or another, but I just ask that we all think about that in the back of our minds as we figure out, okay, maybe first round of debt rolls off, we do a building envelope, and this is the direction I'm trying to, you know, whittle through and boil down for you all over there, so you can get us point us in a better direction. First round of debt rolls off, we do it through our building envelope stuff. Second round rolls off, maybe we do building envelope or finish some other critical needs and then start adding in some of that program stuff and then phase in stuff after that. You know, we need to think long term, 10, 15 years at least, as we're going through this. So, you know, this is why I'm glad to be discussing it with everybody, but I want to make sure that we have our, you know, the final administration in place, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be driving the train over the next 5 to 10 years on this. So that's all I'm saying.
Is that in multiple referendums or just that?
Well, I'm using it as an example. If you know, right here, we got one rolling off in 2022 and one rolling off in 2024. If we did it in two, I mean, we could do it in one, but if we were to do it in one, unless we put out different questions, I don't know how we would ever get this to successfully pass. I mean, the majority of the public does not have kids that go to the school, or any of them, and that's a fact. Unfortunately, you know, I love the schools, I work in them, and I have kids going through them, but we have to be conscious of that. So whether we do it in one, or we do it in multiples, or we do it in questions, or we got a lot to talk about.
You're right, and something I've said from day one is you can't mix apples and oranges when it comes to this. So there's a lot of things we're talking about that aren't glamorous, going to, you know, Russell's point, where, you know, you try to encompass things. You talk about boilers. There's nothing exciting about boilers, except I did see you get a little excited about the one we saw. But I mean, it's part of the infrastructure that's absolutely necessary. And sitting here, we've replaced, I think, 3 since I've been on the board. I think 2. We did 2.
People get excited when they stop working.
Well, absolutely.
Well, yeah.
So
a maker lab's not going to make a difference if there's no
right. But these are things that
They get excited about the levy in New Orleans too until it
Yeah.
broke.
But I
Have
mean,
comment how we approach it. If you have
Right.
half the people that don't care about the schools because they don't have kids, you need the other half to get out and force about something exciting. That's all I'm saying.
but you also need to explain to people that there's a value in it. That you know, even though you don't see the boilers, and I use that as an example because I think Allenwood School's got boilers that are like 170 years old, something like that, right, Brian? I mean, there's a couple that are really, really old. Yeah. So, and getting parts for them, and the repairs are costly, and they're inefficient, and that's why you talk about changing the LED lighting. Well, you know what? There's an initial investment in it, but you make that back. So I think you have to do a really good job explaining it and showing that there is a cost savings and it makes sense in the long run to people, because if people see that, they understand it, because in people's own houses, they're changing the LED lights, and, you know, a 50-watt bulb or a 100-watt bulb, now you get like a
80-watt bulb and it uses almost no electric. So people understand that now, but it's the messaging. You can't say we have to replace a roof, but we also want to put in a turf field, because there's a big difference between needing the roof so people don't get wet and wanting a turf field because it looks nice. So that's what we have to look out for, and we got to prioritize and make sure. You know, as Andy said, you know, the outsides of the schools. We walked out of Old Mill School the other day, and the concrete going up to it is cracked in multiple places. So stuff like that's a priority.
And it's not just looking good. There's liability associated with
Absolutely.
things like this. There's safety just from, you know, like, I'll give you an example. It's a bad example, but it's an example. You know, football helmets are not the same football helmets that they wore 5-10 years ago. So, you know, I agree with Russell that, you know, this is only going to go forward when we do provide a selling point to everyone. And it is a lot of work, no doubt. It was one of the reasons why I attended the referendum workshop, and I know some others did, at the School Boards Association. Other school districts have done it. It involves a lot of, you know, boots on the ground and explanation. Great PR on our website. You know, there has to be all of these things being done, because if we just say there's a need and expect that people are going to understand that, you know, it doesn't transfer as well. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, they say. There is a good point that Adam's making in terms of how do we structure this. You know, I agree. You know, maybe it's 1-2. You know, 1-2 punch. You know, instead of a slam dunk, and that's, you know, those are rare.
I think building tours, people coming in that they actually see the buildings, you know, as you wanted to do. Every little dark corner, seeing what the buildings are about, you know, because you walk into a room like this, you're like, this is pretty nice. This costs some money, but I mean, this is a nice room, but not every room is like this. And not that any of the rooms are in terrible condition, but there are older spaces, as you said, with older furniture and things that just don't make sense today.
I wonder how many people actually understand that when you go into a building and you see, you know, one home, you know, but we all seen those houses where things have been, you know, additions have been screwed on and how they look, and, you know, and then you go in and you see not so good either. There are some buildings that it's not just one, meaning the original building. It's not 2 with an addition. It's not 3. It's 4.
Or more.
And so, you know, my mood just changed when I got into number 4. Immediately, I was like, you know, it's crazy. And those were spaces that were done in 2000. They're already 20 years old. So I do know, though, being that I have not as young children as you do, but children in the school district, that there are more parents that are concerned about these things than we're actually giving credit. Now, maybe they won't come out and vote, I don't know, but if there's any indication from the last Board of Education elections, there's still a good cadre of people out there that, you know, are supporting the schools. And I think the more work this board does towards the, you know, that work, Ralph, it'll grow.
One thing I'd like to add to that, Andy, is, and this I think should, you know, go out to the public to some degree too. And Ralph and Ken, you know, we've been a part of the last 2 budgets here. I really think this board has been, you know, very focused on taxpayer dollars and giving, you know, credence to that. You know, I think the budgets that we've passed have been, you know, very, you know, understanding, you know, of taxpayer dollars. And I think that that's something that, you know, needs to be expressed and understood throughout the community. Because when we're looking for a referendum, you know, that's goodwill that I hope comes back to this board and goes back, you know, to the students and the teachers, because no matter how old you are, the kids that we're teaching today are going to be the kids that are, you know, going to take care of you in our older years. And we need to do a good job of, you know, taking care of them now. You know, I know I don't want to, you know, be stuck in, you know, some old folks' home and have my kid come visit me on Thanksgiving and Christmas and that be it, right? So I think that it's important, you know, that we relay that, and that, you know, that the public is aware of that, and understanding that we have been good stewards of the financial dollars in this district.
Can I also add, I kind of want to bring the demographer and the report that was provided back into the discussion, because as much as like trying to sell the referendum, what will be included in the referendum, there's going to be certain projects that can only be done in a referendum based on the size of them. We're not going to be able to do it through an ESIP. We're not going to be able to do it through the annual school budget. But I think what the board needs to like discuss and start considering with the purpose of coming to a decision is, our numbers aren't going to change based on that report, or they're basically going to be staying the same, with the most concern being at the elementary school. Again, they've only factored in one of the developments. You know, what is the board's position going to be, or, you know, what are we going to do with that report? Are we going to look at the buildings in their current capacity are adequate based on that plan, that demographic study, or are we going to factor in that a portion of those housing units are going to be developed, and we want to plan for that? Because in order to plan for that, when just getting to the part of creating space, you know, that's not going to be done in an annual school budget. That's not going to be done in an ESIP. So if you're talking additions at schools to create space, or a new school to create space in all these buildings, that's only going to be done in a referendum. So, you know, and that would be, those type of projects would be big chunks of any potential referendum if, again, another decision is, do we want a flat tax rate with the referendum, or are we going to absorb, you know, an increase in the tax rate with the referendum, depending on what gets put into it? Where I think those are some of the decisions that the board needs to discuss and, you know, provide some direction on. You know, are we going to take the report on its face value, or are we going to factor in that there could be additional? And regardless of the report, even if they stay, the numbers stay as they are, the feedback from the school is there's not a whole lot of space available. And, you know, OTPT's on the stage. Are we going to address that? And how are we going to do it? You know, and again, there's certain solutions that are only going to be funded by a referendum, but there's other solutions that, you know, that have their other complexities and could cost, you know, could be costly projects, you know, dependent on, and everything is dependent on decisions. So if we do a grade realignment, like, and we move kindergarten, you know, if we connect two schools and all the students from those two schools are going to have kindergarten in one school. So now instead of having 2 or 3 sections in kindergarten, you're going to have 5 or 6. Are we going to outfit those classrooms with bathrooms because they're kindergarten? Because that's a requirement. Or are we going to go with, ask for an exception each year and assign a para, and we're going to escort the students to the bathroom or identify a group bathroom? I mean, those are the, you know, the decisions that would factor into a referendum. And then we would identify those, or we have those costs, and then we would package them into a referendum. But if the decisions, hey, we don't want to redistrict, or we don't want to do a grade realignment, okay, well, that's not going to be the solution. So are we going to create space by adding additions? You know, that's another solution. Are we going to create space by an early learning center? But when we knock those things off, then we could say, okay, well, here are some funding opportunities. This is what we're going to put in each of them. But I think we need to cross a couple bridges first.
So Brian, to your point, can you guide us in some capacity or with Cheryl's help? Because I'll be honest with you, that all sounds like a ton of work on top of the budget and superintendent search, which I know we all realize. But a timeline would be great so we can work backwards off of it. Like you just mentioned some dates, that would be great if we could put that into some kind of document that we can look at and then help us devise a plan. I'd be willing to work on a leadership piece to help work backwards from the date of the proposed referendum, a couple options. and I know you gave it to me, it's probably in my email, but maybe everyone else would appreciate if we had a $20 million referendum, if we had a $40 million referendum, if we had $80 million, what's the potential tax impact? So we can start thinking about where we feel comfortable being ambassadors for or against,
Okay.
you know, within our meetings. I think that might be a starting point. If anybody else has any requests to help us get moving on it, pile it on to
I
everything
think
else
the
we're doing,
one
but
number,
we'll drown together, I guess.
that has been provided is a referendum that would provide a flat tax, not factoring in the timeliness of it with debt coming off the books and putting it back on, would be approximately a $40 million referendum, would be a flat tax increase, or a flat tax.
And again, I appreciate that, but you're telling me at 11:15, I've been up since 4:30. This is no use to me unless I.
Is that 40 million with both rounds of debt off?
Yes.
Okay. Then can we start looking at smaller projects we can build into our operating budget for, say, maybe one media center conversion a year? And, media centers are big places. Do we need all that space for the media center / Maker Lab? Can we separate that out and build rooms in for OTPT? Is there ways to combine into that large space and, kill two birds with one stone?
So, back, and I think, Chris, if I'm not mistaken, I think you had suggested this earlier on, but it might make sense if the board is saying, and the direction I'm hearing is that it sounds like a referendum is going to happen. What's in the referendum is just has to be figured out. If that's the case, then that's the direction we actually need, because then we can take the next step and provide a proposal to take you to that next step for a referendum. We can have, what we usually do in districts is there's a group of board members, and you have 10 board members, so whether that's 4 or 5, I don't know how many board members.
9, so it'd be a group of 4.
4 would volunteer to be on that committee, and within that committee, we dive into the details and sit for whatever the hours it takes to develop the plan that says, and to your point you just brought up too, okay, so here's what a $40 million referendum looks like, here's what a $60 million, what can fit in ESIP, what can we pull out of this one, what can we do this way, and then we can go back and present to the board the detail that says, okay, we've talked, whatever that group is, and we've spent however many weeks and hours going through it, and here's a suggestion, and here's why, and this is what it would look like if you did a $40 million referendum, which is tax neutral, and then here's what we think might fit in an ESIP, and then here's what we're going to do, budget each year to move forward. But until we go to that next level, we don't know. And maybe you're also saying an ESIP is inevitable. If that's something you want to do too, then we have a path that we can start putting together for you to help that process. So that is the more typical way to do it, is that you don't have to decide right now what's in it, but that you're doing something and what's in that next step. So we can start having those more detailed meetings and then present those ideas and options back.
I was going to say, I think the first step for the board really is to go back, look at this again, and look at the original one we received, and kind of compare them and put them together, and then get a feel for what you think is important, what is a priority. Does the priority list make sense? Is there other things that should be on there, things taken off, and kind of in everybody's own mind, get an idea for what you think, and then we can come back together with it, and then compare it, and put something together or take stuff off. I think that's the first thing. To Brian's question about the demographer, since that is COA is a state mandate, and towns are required to at least have a plan to build a certain number of units, I think as a district it would be irresponsible not to figure in additional students, because it's not going to go away. During Governor Christie's term, he stopped funding it, and it was just kind of on hold. But now municipalities are somewhat being punished for all those years that nothing happened. So I don't think it's going to go away unless this state just changes it does a 360-degree turn. So I think we do have to look at additional students based on other developments, and then. Something that I've mentioned in conversation with some people, and I don't know if this has ever been looked at, moving 5th grade to the intermediate school. If we created like a section just for the 5th grade,
and have it a 5th through 8th, because then that would free up, I think I counted, there's, between all the schools, there's 13 classrooms or sections of 5th grade, if that is a possibility. And if you had to look at an addition, would an addition on the intermediate school make more sense than individual additions on all the elementary schools, similar to, I guess, if you were just going to build something for a early learning center instead of a number of additions. So that's just something I've been thinking about.
So currently, there's about 250 students per grade level. So if you added 250 students to the intermediate school, you would be way above what their highest number has been in the past. But that doesn't consider if you put an addition onto the intermediate school. But taking 5th grade out of the schools has the same effect as taking kindergarten out, because there's about the same number of sections of 5th grade in each of the schools as there are kindergarten sections.
Yes, but from a transportation standpoint, those students would be getting on the bus with 6th, 7th, and 8th, where you'd have to probably do a separate bus run for just those students, or, and I've heard.
Yeah, I was just talking about number of classrooms.
Okay, yeah. Anybody else have anything for tonight?
I do real quick. For the superintendent search, I just wanted to let the public be aware as well that the survey is now up online. So when you go onto the website, it's right there. The first thing, it says, survey. Please click that. That's not a photograph. That is a clickable thing, and it takes you right to the survey. We're going to be sending emails out to parents and also staff members with links to the survey. We are going to try to get as many also handouts and manual copies of the survey to different locations throughout the town. It is vital that everyone fill out the survey. We all have a stake in this. This is super important. Please, please fill out these surveys. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to thank you guys for giving us a little update tonight and some food for thought. And after we come together and do our own thinking, we'll get back together, and then we'll set up another meeting with you. So thank you. At this time, public comment.
How come for just this presentation, there's no public comment?
Because this was an update to the Board of Ed. It wasn't a final draft, just an update for us. It wasn't an official presentation.
Well, neither was the auditors, because you didn't have a copy for the public. So, I mean, we didn't get a copy of their first presentation. We didn't get a copy of what you have for a presentation. I mean, I'm sitting here for 3 hours. People are texting. What are these people doing? Why are you even going through this? You need to pick a superintendent. You didn't even go through the audit report. People are like, is Christine here? I would expect her to say something. Yes, she's here. But I guess nobody got the audit report, so people couldn't ask good questions. People just are like, nobody is going to pass a referendum. You don't have a chance to pass a nickel referendum. Not a chance. 40 million, forget it. You know, you got to get your priorities straight. You're wasting these people's time. You know, they want to get going, doing projects, getting fees. They're trying to push this along. That was a waste. And for people watching and texting, everybody's like, what is going on? Get the superintendent. Why don't you know what was in that audit report? Why, Ralph, did you not ask them to look at the Central School trailers? They need to go back and look at all the problems with bidding last year and the year before. Random pick 20 things, you're going to find tons of problems. Brian has a big problem with buying the trailers because he never got the lease agreement approved. And he did it anyway, and he hit it in the numbers. Nobody's
Just
approving.
clarification.
Yeah.
Approved by who?
By the state, by the DOE,
The lease agreement.
yeah.
Okay.
Did you get it, Mr. Smythe? Because, did you get it? You're asking me a question, I'll ask you.
With regard to the lease agreement,
Yes.
did we get approval from the State Department of Education? The answer is no. And the reason is because there's no requirement to obtain approval from the State Department of Education for a lease purchase agreement.
Yeah, there was, because you were buying trailers. It was a capital improvement. Yeah, give them a call, they'll tell you that as well. Your audit report's wrong, and in the audit report, somebody said, why didn't the auditor catch this? Yeah, why didn't they catch it? Why didn't they catch all these problems? Why are you sitting here a month later and you already approved the budget? You already approved the audit. I'm sure all the names are wrong in the audit. All these things I've been sending in to you. Ralph, you've been chairman of F&F for what, 15, 16? We're making 0 interest. So we made a little bit more interest at the end of the year. Brian Smythe can't produce bank statements. Go online, click your account, click statement, hit save, and send it to me. It's just ridiculous. I don't know what people are looking at. I printed off, 12 copies, because I got to give copies of Brian so he could hand it out, because people don't read their emails? It's ridiculous. I printed off something to give you. Oh, yeah. Brian, your purchase order for your lease agreement isn't signed. It says this is not a valid purchase order. So how are you spending $1.5 million and you got nothing signed right? Tell us right now on the record so we can hear. How did you do that and why? How did you pick that bank?
What lease agreement are you talking about?
For the trailers in 2007. You think it's funny?
Ms. Cross, that's 13 years ago.
I could care less.
I know you could care less, but
No
that's out
matter
of this
what
board's
I look
control.
at, just like we looked at, you didn't get board approval for 2 purchases over $40,000. He does it over and over and over again. So don't tell me, it doesn't matter whether it's yesterday, last month, 6 months, a year ago, 5 years ago, 13 years ago. I can go back 15 years and keep showing you the same stuff over and over again. You're never going to get a referendum approved. Nobody is going to approve it. Everybody will have a Facebook page, No to the Wall Schools referendum. They're not responsible with the money that they have. They're not getting interest on money in the bank. $23 million. You got $88,000 this year because I brought it up 7 months ago.
Ms. Cross, your 5 minutes is up. Thank you.
Get your act together.
Anybody on the board have
Put
anything?
all the information
Any other-
online so people can see.
Any other public comment? Seeing none. Anybody on the board have anything else? No? Motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.